The Senate will come to order. The chaplain, Dr. Black, will lead us in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, you are our rock and fortress. Keep us from disappointing you. Help our lawmakers to walk in your precepts so that they can remain within the circle of your protection and blessings. Lord, turn their ears to listen to your admonition as you infuse them with the courage to obey your commands. We have trusted you since the birth of this land we love. That is why we will declare your glory all day long. Lord, as our senators strive to please you today, we declare that you alone are our hope. And Lord, continue to be with those who battle the catastrophic wildfires in Southern California. We pray in your strong name. Amen.
Amen. Will you please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I feel like I'm a relief pitcher. Well done, perfectly done. Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. The President Pro Tem.
I'd like to speak for 2 or 3 minutes.
Recognized.
The Jewish people have faced many libels over their history, in their case for millennia. Today, the Jewish state faces the dirty libel, can you believe it, of committing genocide, all while defending themselves from Hamas. Remember, Hamas has pledged to destroy the Jewish people in their homeland. Now, that happens to be real genocide. Israel's accusers cite large civilian casualty numbers traced to Hamas self-reporting. Now, as we know, Hamas has a history of inflating numbers, not distinguishing fighters from civilians, and listing male soldiers as women or children. A recent report by the Henry Jackson Society confirms that the widely cited Gaza casualty statistics suffer from all forms of fortification. Still, as we'd all agree, any civilian death in Gaza is a real tragedy. While Israel goes out of its way to issue warnings to civilians, Hamas actually encourages civilians to ignore evacuation warnings while embedding in schools and hospitals to use humans or civilians as human shields. Hamas officials are on record that they seek civilian casualties for propaganda effect. The definition of genocide in the United States and also under international law focuses on the intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. A very recent Amnesty International report adopts a new definition just to tar Israel with that disgusting libel. Now, Amnesty International Israel was not involved in the report and, as you might expect, rejects its central claim. So I want my fellow senators to know that I too reject this bias and this misleading report, and I say shame on them. I yield the floor. I don't need a copy.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, thank you. It's more than 1,000 miles from El Paso, Texas to Athens, Georgia. Yet a man who crossed the border illegally near El Paso was able to wreak havoc in Athens. Last February, an illegal immigrant murdered nursing student Laken Riley while she was out for a morning run on the Athens campus of the University of Georgia. Mr. President, this was a tragedy, and it was preventable. The man who killed Laken Riley should not have been, I should say, in the United States in the first place. He definitely shouldn't have been on the streets after previously being involved in 2 crimes. But he was. And it's unfortunately just one example of how the Biden border crisis has made every state a border state. Like many illegal immigrants who law enforcement encounters at the border, Laken's killer was released into the interior of the United States on parole. He made his way to New York City, where he was arrested and released before a detainer could be issued and he could be turned over to immigration authorities. Then he went to Athens, Georgia. He was cited in Georgia for shoplifting. And once again, he was released. And now we know what happened next. Laken's killer is now serving a life sentence for murder. And while her family can perhaps take at least some comfort in the fact that justice has been served, Laken Riley should be alive today. Mr. President, the truth is that what happened to Laken Riley could have happened anywhere. That's why the Senate is currently considering Senator Britt's Laken Riley Act. This bill would help reduce the chances of another tragedy like this one by requiring that illegal immigrants be detained when they are charged with theft-related crimes like the one for which Laken Riley was cited. Laken's killer, I should say, was cited less than 5 months before he killed her. If this bill had been law then, Laken Riley might well be alive today. Mr. President, I hope to see this bill become law, and I hope that my Democrat colleagues are as committed to making it law as we are on this side of the aisle. This is not a comprehensive bill, but it is an important step toward keeping Americans safe. And it should be an easy yes vote for every senator. We've had strong bipartisan votes for this bill in recent days, and I hope that that will continue. We're going to have an amendment process here on the floor, the type of amendment process that's been lacking in recent years. We will push for votes on amendments that make this bill even stronger. One of the amendments that would do that is Senator Ernst's amendment known as Sarah's Law. Like Laken Riley, Sarah Root was killed by an illegal immigrant. Soon after graduating from college in 2016, Sarah was killed by a drunk driver who was in the country illegally. The driver was arrested, but he posted bond and fled shortly after the crash that took Sarah Root's life. The Root family didn't get justice. So Senator Ernst's amendment would require ICE to detain illegal immigrants accused of a crime that resulted in death or serious bodily injury. Every member of the Senate should be able to agree that illegal immigrants who commit a crime that kills or seriously injures another person should, at the very least, be detained. Mr. President, in the coming days, the Senate will have a serious debate about this and other amendments and about the Laken Riley Act. That's the Senate's role. We'll have a debate, and we'll aim to produce the strongest bill that we can pass into law. That's our goal, and I hope our Democrat colleagues are as interested in making a law as we are. Mr. President, time will tell. Mr. President, I yield the floor and suggest the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Is also Brooks. I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
So, Mr. President, let me begin by speaking of the recent news of a ceasefire agreement in the Middle East. I have good news. I have just been informed by the administration that a deal has been agreed to. It is welcome news that there is an agreement that will free many of the hostages. A ceasefire is very good news for Israel, for America, for the Palestinian people, and particularly for the hostage families who have waited so long in agony. A ceasefire will reduce violence in Gaza and harm to innocent civilians. It couldn't have happened without steadfast diplomacy and until the potency of Hamas was radically reduced. We will not rest until every hostage comes home. Now on the Hegseth hearing. The takeaway from yesterday's hearing on Pete Hegseth is very clear. Pete Hegseth is woefully unfit for the job of Secretary of Defense. For Mr. Hegseth, yesterday's hearing was an exercise in obfuscation. When confronted about the serious accusations against his character, Mr. Hegseth repeatedly dismissed them as smear tactics, but refused to respond to how these character issues impact for his qualifications for the job. When asked if being guilty of sexual assault is disqualifying for the job of Secretary of Defense, Mr. Hegseth refused to answer. Imagine if any other American interviewing for any other job refused to answer that question. Clearly, more information is needed about Hegseth's background. But when Democrats asked to make Mr. Hegseth's full FBI background documents available to all members of the committee, the Republican chair said no. Why? Why is the Republican chair insistent on keeping relevant information about Mr. Hegseth locked away from committee members? Perhaps the reason for Republican stonewalling is that more evidence, perhaps the reason for Republican stonewalling is that the more evidence that's revealed about Mr. Hegseth, the more obvious it will become that he is woefully unfit for the job. For Mr. Hegseth, when there are serious allegations, to not answer them directly and instead just call them smear tactics, especially in such an important job like Secretary of Defense where people's lives are on the line, is just totally unacceptable, totally inadequate, and basically an important nominee or nominee for a very important position just ducking the most important questions he faced. Now let me say a few things about why these hearings are so important for our country and to our side. By all indication, our Republican colleagues seem perfectly comfortable with advancing Mr. Hegseth through the Senate, despite his lack of qualifications. Many of our colleagues have private doubts about the nominees, but publicly they are still willing to embrace them. Donald Trump's hold on Senate Republicans has become very powerful. Nevertheless, we Democrats will continue to push and pressure and scrutinize each nominee in committee because it's so important to get them on record. Americans need to see that many of Donald Trump's nominees are simply unfit for the jobs they've been chosen for. Americans need to hear these nominees answer for Donald Trump's harmful policies. And if some of these nominees are severely unqualified, and many of them are, these hearings are essential for exposing that even if they get confirmed in the end, the information must come out. Even if they are exposed, even if they get confirmed, it is so important to have all these questions asked and see what the answers or lack of answers are. If the time comes months from now that some of Donald Trump's cabinet members fail on the job, these hearings will have served as an important warning for the American people to see. That's why Democrats are committed to ensuring each nominee is vetted thoroughly and scrutinized during the testimony. On Mr. Vogt. And one other point, by the way, on why we think the hearings are important. The hearings are also an opportunity to show whose side each party is on. Are these nominees in favor of tax cuts for very wealthy people? Are they in favor of keeping programs that help working class people keep prices down, such as making sure that Medicare can negotiate drug prices, which brings down the price for everybody? Where do they stand? The hearings glaringly show that Donald Trump and his nominees are on the side of the very powerful, and that we Democrats who are asking the questions are on the side of working people. And as the hearings wind through and we go through more and more witnesses, it'll become clearer and clearer to the American people who is on whose side. So it's important to have a record of these nominees, even if they get confirmed in the end, to see who they are and to guard against the dangers that might occur with them in office, and to show who is on whose side. Now, a couple more nominees are very troubling. A couple of today's nominees are very troubling. One is Mr. Vogt. Few nominees illustrate what is at stake for working-class families better than Donald Trump's pick for OMB director, Mr. Russell Vogt. This is one of the most influential positions in the entire White House, responsible for not only producing the president's budget, but also executing the president's agenda across the executive branch. I'll be candid. Mr. Vogt's appointment to OMB director would be a nightmare scenario for working Americans. It is difficult to imagine a worse choice to implement White House policy than the chief architect of Project 2025. Let me repeat that, because our Republican friends don't want to talk about 2025, but at the same time, they're likely to vote for someone who was the chief architect of the project in a powerful position to implement it, head of OMB. You simply cannot be pro-worker and support the nomination of Russell Vogt. The last time he worked at the White House, Mr. Vogt pushed radical budget proposals that gutted Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, and funding for public health. During the last default crisis, Mr. Vogt was a key advisor to hard-right Republicans who pushed America to the brink of disaster by using the debt ceiling as blackmail to cut trillions in funding for health care, for seniors, for hungry kids. When Congress did not appropriate Donald Trump's border wall, Vogt raided the accounts of the Pentagon and the Treasury Department to pay for it. And on top of it all, Mr. Vogt put America's national security at risk by illegally withholding foreign aid to Ukraine in an attempt to help Donald Trump on the campaign trail. To call Mr. Vogt an extremist would frankly give extremists a bad name. The only people in America who can be happy about Mr. Vogt are the richest of the rich, who would make a killing if Donald Trump and Republicans hand them another $1 trillion tax cut. And again, just let me repeat, this man is the chief architect of Project 2025. Republicans are running away from that project now, but at the same time, they're putting its chief architect in one of the most powerful positions in the federal government, which has a broad range across just about every policy. So today's hearing with Mr. Vogt is a reminder to the American people that Donald Trump does not intend to keep his promises to working people. If Donald Trump were serious about being pro-worker, he would not have turned to the godfather of the ultra-right to oversee White House policy. And on Chris Wright, the tragic fires in California are another warning that the climate crisis continues to grow in strength. The scientific community across the world, from the UN to NASA to even national security experts, agree that ignoring climate change is dangerous. So Donald Trump's nominee for Energy Secretary is truly alarming, oil executive Chris Wright. Everything you need to know about Mr. Wright, about who Mr. Wright is and what he'll fight for, can be found in the following quote he once gave in an interview. Quote, Mr. Wright said, "Oil and gas make the world go round," unquote. Mr. Wright amassed his wealth in fracking and as an oil executive, so of course he thinks oil and gas are the only things that count in the world. An article from the New York Times this morning called him an evangelist for fossil fuels. What makes Mr. Wright so troubling, however, is that he's perfectly willing to admit that climate change is happening, while rejecting that we should do anything about it. He says calling climate change a crisis is pure fear-mongering. He says the real crisis is that not enough people are using hydrocarbons. Imagine, that's what he said. Not enough people are using hydrocarbons. That's the crisis in the world. Can you believe it? He even says that roadblocks to unrestrained fossil fuel development are outright immoral. This man is an extremist when it comes to energy issues. He's not even among the conservative mainstream he's so far over. What a shock this is. A wealthy oil executive thinks that solutions to the world problems are to produce more oil. This is who Donald Trump wants leading America's energy policy. Mr. Wright's nomination should be an alarm bell for every single American who's gotten a job recently at battery plants, EV factories, and other good-paying, clean jobs. Many of these Americans are in red states that trusted Donald Trump to look after them. But as far as Donald Trump's pick for energy secretary is concerned, he thinks we're not in the midst of an energy transition. That's his words. Tell that to the workers in rural America, rebuilding EV batteries and wind and solar. I hope our Republican colleagues will repeat those words to the employees in their districts who have gotten good-paying jobs in these new clean energy industries. Everyone knows we still have a lot of work to do before we reach our clean energy goals, and everyone knows it's not going to be easy. The question is whether or not Donald Trump's administration is going to protect the clean jobs we've created or kill them and put people out of work for the sake of big oil. Mr. Wright's nomination suggests that Donald Trump is willing to let all those good-paying clean energy jobs that we've created disappear. And to my Republican colleagues, when Donald Trump and Mr. Wright start cutting the jobs that have come from clean energy that are in your states, don't say we didn't tell you so. And remember, the voters are going to know who you voted for the head of energy. I yield the floor and note the balance and note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
The Republican whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection, under the previous order, resume consideration of S5, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 1, S5, a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, yesterday I watched closely the nomination hearing for Pete Hegseth. He's President Trump's nominee to be the Secretary of Defense. For the safety and security of our nation, Pete deserves a swift confirmation. I'm going to vote for him to be the next Secretary of Defense, and I believe that vote's going to happen soon. Look, he was very clear in the hearing yesterday. The incoming administration is going to refocus the Pentagon on American strength and on hard power, not a woke agenda, which is what we've seen for the last 4 years. To me, this is very welcome news, and I believe it is welcome news to Americans all across this country who are worried about the security of our nation and the strength of our nation. We have a significant problem in the military today. It's a problem with morale and a problem with recruitment. Pete Hegseth is the right person to address both of these issues and to make sure that we, America, have a military that is ready to fight. Pete served in combat at the height of the war on terror. He deployed overseas to Iraq, to Afghanistan, and to Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. He's a decorated veteran. He has earned 2 Bronze Stars. He also earned the Combat Infantryman's Badge. When Pete's executive officer evaluated his performance in Iraq, the feedback was glowing. Pete, he said, was an incredibly talented battle-proven leader. Incredibly talented, battle-proven leader. He, quote, always completed every mission with high standards, with minimal guidance or supervision. That's what you want. Now, I heard Senator Schumer ask on this floor, he said, why should Americans entrust Pete to lead our military? Well, Pete Hegseth answered that question yesterday. Senator Sheehy asked during the hearing, are you going to have the backs of the warfighters? To which our nominee said yes, he will have their backs. That's why Americans should trust Pete to lead our military. It's interesting to hear my Democrat colleagues dismiss Pete's years of military service. They sounded angry about his plan to restore American strength. They seemed frustrated that he clearly loves our country and wants to continue to serve. Democrats tried to turn yesterday's hearing into a kangaroo court. They claimed that Pete isn't qualified. So let's talk about his military experience. The Department of Defense is filled with people who have decades of experience working in the Pentagon. The Pentagon just failed its seventh consecutive audit. Think about that for a second. Each year, the American taxpayers send the Pentagon more than $850 billion, billion with a B. Yet the Pentagon can't pass a single audit. Look, sounds like we don't need more experience like that, Mr. President. We need a fresh set of eyes, a soldier, as Pete said himself, with dirt on his boots. Being Secretary of Defense isn't just about managing a bureaucracy. It's about making America's military the best and most lethal fighting force in the world. Pete's going to be a Secretary of Defense who respects the warfighter and who respects the taxpayer. He's a bold choice for the future of our military, a bold choice for the future of our nation, and the right choice to be Secretary of Defense. A Senate confirmation is not an easy process, and the Secretary of Defense is not an easy job. Yesterday, Pete gave strong answers to tough questions. He is confident and he is knowledgeable. He's ready to lead the Department of Defense. He knows the cost of war, he knows the price of weakness, and the true value and the valor of American soldiers. As Secretary of Defense, he's going to reestablish deterrence and rebuild our military. He's going to champion American service members and restore American military readiness. Pete's going to bring the Pentagon back to what its mission should be: lethality, accountability, transparency, merit. The focus is going to be on military readiness, not social experiments and partisan policies. America needs a strong Secretary of Defense now, immediately. Senate Republicans will get it done. Now, Mr. President, on a separate matter, today the Senate is considering amendments to the Laken-Riley Act. The Laken-Riley Act is actually bipartisan legislation. It is a life-saving bill. It's a life-saving bill that's going to lock up illegal immigrants and then deport them. Republicans are offering targeted amendments to make this bill even stronger. Senator Ernst has an amendment that would detain illegal immigrants who commit murder or cause serious bodily injury. Senator Cornyn has an amendment that will detain illegal immigrants who attack law enforcement officers. Those are the type of amendments that Republicans are discussing to strengthen the bill. I know there are some Democrats who are trying to undermine the bill. They want to replace it with thousands of pages of immigration reform. I've said this before, and it bears repeating: Republicans are not going to undermine or weaken this life-saving bill. The Laken-Riley Act is not comprehensive immigration reform. It's a targeted piece of tough immigration enforcement. Republicans aren't going to trade American lives for amnesty. We will make the law that puts the safety of the American people first. That's what Americans voted for in November: safety, security for our communities, for our citizens. Senator John Fetterman of Pennsylvania was recently asked about the bipartisan Laken Riley Act. This is what he said. He said, he said, pretend that you're in a parking lot in a Walmart in Scranton, Pennsylvania, as we've all been, as we're out traveling around the state in our own home states. He said, well, he says, I'm going to vote against a bill that allows people to deport people that were charged with a crime or have a criminal record. To me, I hope others have listened to Senator Fetterman's and hear those words and realize how ridiculous it sounds that anyone would vote against the Laken Riley Act. The Laken Riley Act deserves strong, targeted amendments and swift passage in this body and then signed into law by the President. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
The senator from Tennessee
Are
is
we in a
recognized.
quorum call?
Yes, we are.
I ask we dispense with the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have to say, I think the remarks I've planned today are so pertinent to what is taking, what is taking place in our world as we're hearing about the Trump effect actually bringing forward a deal with Israel, Hamas, and the hostages. Because my remarks today are centered on UNRWA, the UN Relief and Works Agency for Palestine refugees. Now, this has been one of the biggest obstacles to peace in the Middle East. To the world, UNRWA presents itself as an aid group for Palestinians, but in reality, this agency, this UN agency that has been the recipient of $7.1 billion U.S. taxpayer dollars is nothing more than a terror group that works to undermine Israel's security and safety. We have known this for years, but in the aftermath of the Hamas barbaric October 7th attack on the Jewish state, we've learned much more about UNRWA's terror ties. Early last year, the Wall Street Journal reported that 10% of UNRWA's staff have ties to Islamist militant groups. Among them, 6 took part in the October 7th assault that left 1,200 Israelis dead and hundreds more in captivity. After reports emerged that an UNRWA teacher held an Israeli hostage in his attic, I pressed the agency to investigate that employee. Instead of taking action, the group dismissed this request, and this claim is unsubstantiated, and called on the Israeli journalist who reported the news to, and I'm quoting, immediately delete the post. We also know that UNRWA has indoctrinated Palestinian children with schools that glorify terrorism and promote violent hatred of Jews, allowed Hamas to store weapons in their buildings, provided support and aid to the terror group. Now, a new report from UN Watch, the top watchdog for holding the UN accountable, shows that UNRWA works with Hamas, as well as Palestinian Islamic Jihad, at the highest level of the agency. To quote the report, this secret relationship allows the terrorist organizations to significantly influence the policies and practices of a UN agency with 30,000 employees and $1.5 billion annual budget that is funded primarily by Western states. The evidence is overwhelming. In 2017, UNRWA's then Commissioner General met with leaders of Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad to strengthen, in his words, and I quote, a spirit of partnership. To protect the agency's credibility, however, the Commissioner General urged the terror leaders to ensure that, and I again quote, discussions not be made public, end quote. Of course, open collaboration with U.S. designated terror groups could jeopardize the millions it receives from Western countries every year. So they tried to cover it up so that they could keep getting these millions and billions of dollars. As I said, U.S. taxpayers, $7.1 billion that has gone into this group. In the years since, UNRWA leaders have repeatedly pledged support for Palestinian terrorists. That same year, the agency's Lebanon director told terror leaders that UNRWA hoped to have a strong partnership with them. A year later, their program director in Lebanon met with a Hamas official to discuss, and I quote, ongoing cooperation and coordination. Also in 2018, a former UNRWA official appeared at a rally alongside Hamas terror leaders who urged support for UNRWA until we return to Palestine, and I'm quoting him, meaning the end of Israel as a Jewish state. The UNRWA official, of course, thanked the terrorists, and I'm quoting again, for their understanding. In 2021, the former Deputy Commissioner General of UNRWA met with Sinwar. Now, that's the Hamas leader who later planned the October 7th attack. After one of her employees admitted on TV that Israel's strikes on Hamas are very precise. In response, the Deputy Commissioner General removed the employee from his position and thanked Sinwar for his, and again I'm quoting, his positivity and desire to continue cooperation in facilitating the agency's work in the Gaza Strip, end quote. You see, there is a pattern here of participation between UNRWA and between Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad. This is just a sample of the high-level meetings between leaders of UNRWA and these groups. The list could go on and on and on. What this report makes very clear is that UNRWA support for terror groups is not something that happens at the agency's fringes. Instead, supporting and enabling terrorism against Israel is UNRWA's main purpose. I want to say that again. UNRWA's support for these terrorist groups is not just at the fringes. It is with their leadership. They are supporting and enabling terrorism against Israel, and we need to realize this. This is why President Trump canceled U.S. funding to the agency during his first administration. And it's why President Biden's decision in 2021 to restore that funding, over $730 million that year, was a huge mistake. After the October 7th attack, I led the charge in introducing legislation to defund UNRWA. And in March of last year, President Biden finally signed into law a one-year ban on that funding. With all we know about UNRWA, though, we need to make this ban permanent, which is why I'm working on legislation that will do just that once we get a new president and once we begin to say no to these organizations who take taxpayer dollars and turn around and use it against the American people. Use it for pro-terror, pro-violence organizations and groups. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Senator from Oklahoma is recognized.
I'd like to ask that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. President, you'll see for the next hour a whole group of Republicans coming to the floor to be able to talk about one issue, our need for border security and safer communities. This is something not just Republicans in the Senate are talking about. This is something the American people spoke loud and clear about during the last election when they elected President Trump, a Republican Senate, and a Republican House. There's not a single member that's a Republican in this body, in the House, or clearly President Trump, that didn't talk about border security and safer communities throughout the entire election. And every single poll showed that this was one of the priority issues that every single American was thinking about. A Gallup poll last year found that more than 3/4 of Americans support increasing the number of Border Patrol agents. 2/3 of Americans want the President and Homeland Security Secretary to temporarily halt all asylum requests when the border is overwhelmed. And a third, and third in this list, a majority of Americans support expanding border wall construction. People want a secure community. On the floor this week, that we started last week and still debating this week, is what to do on what's called the Laken Riley Act. Now, some Americans are familiar with Laken Riley's story, some are not. Laken Riley was a college student in Georgia who was brutally murdered by a Venezuelan who came into the United States illegally, was detained at the border, but then released. Traveled around the country wherever he wanted to, under a parole system that was given to him in the border in 2022. He committed a crime, was arrested for that crime, and then was released. He committed another crime, shoplifting, was arrested for that crime, and then released. The third crime, as far as we know, there might have been many more, but the third crime, as far as we know, was his murder of Laken Riley. He should have never been in the United States. He should have never been paroled at the border. He should have been detained and then deported, but he wasn't. He was paroled into the United States. When he committed a crime in the United States, he should have been deported, but he was not. He was released. When he committed a second crime in the United States, he should have been deported, but he wasn't. He was released before he ever got to murder. The Laken Riley Act is pretty simple. It says if someone is here illegally and they commit a crime in the United States of stealing American stuff like he did, that he's deported. I don't think it's a radical concept to be able to say Americans don't want someone to come into the country illegally and take their stuff. Why this is even a challenge to be able to pass this, I have no idea. This passed in the House last session, but the Senate never took it up to even discuss it. If I go to any of the great 4 million Oklahomans from my state and I say, what do you think about someone illegally coming into the country and stealing people's stuff? Do you think that's okay that they should still be able to stay? I don't think I'd find anybody of the 4 million Oklahomans that would say, I'm okay with someone illegally coming in the country, stealing people's stuff, and saying, you can go ahead and stay. That's all that this bill does. It says if someone comes into this country illegally, starts stealing stuff, they are detained, they're held, they're not just allowed to be released and to be able to drift around the country to steal other things or to commit a murder later. If they come into our country illegally, they start stealing things, they are detained. And they'll go through the rest of the legal process. It doesn't mean they're automatically deported the very next day. They've still got a legal challenge there. They can have their legal challenge, but they're not going to just wander around the country. That's why we believe this Laken Riley Act is so important, because we never, ever, ever, ever want to have another American that is murdered by someone illegally present here, especially someone who had already committed multiple crimes before they ever got to that murder. So let's have the debate. I'm willing to be able to talk to any one of my Democratic or Republican colleagues that have a question about this. But at the base of this is, why would we let someone who was already illegally present in the country, who we already know has committed additional crimes, just continue to walk our streets just to commit more crimes? Why would we not detain those individuals? On Monday, President Trump will be inaugurated. I am looking forward to working with him and seeing even what happens on day one to be able to secure the border. This is something the American people want. They want a border that is secure. They want communities that are secure, and they want just basic common sense things done. Like if someone breaks into our country and then steals stuff, they're actually detained, rather than just released to go do it again. Let's at least do the basics that we can do while we continue to be able to work towards the big projects that still need to be done. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor. Multiple of my colleagues will be coming in the moments ahead to be able to talk through this same issue, because we feel like on this side, it is incredibly important we get this done.
The Senator from West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. President. This week, the Senate is proud to take another step forward towards securing our southern border as we consider the Laken-Riley Act. I want to extend my deep gratitude to Senators Katie Britt and Senator Ted Budd for their leadership in bringing this bill forward. First and foremost, I want to say that I strongly support this measure. With this bill, the Senate will be taking a bold step for the safety and prosperity of American citizens after 4 years of mismanagement, decline, and ultimately chaos at the border. The Laken-Riley Act is the answer to a loud and clear call made at the ballot box by the American people to unite us as a country, to put America first, and to address the tragic lawlessness that we see on our southern border. And so the Senate's first order of legislative business, we are answering that call. The radical open border policies of the left have caused untold suffering to families across the nation, families like the Riley family, who are still grieving the unimaginable loss of their beautiful daughter, Laken. Laken was just 22 years old, a young nursing student with a promising future ahead of her. Tragically, she was stolen from this earth by an individual who should have never been allowed to roam free in this country. Laken should be alive today, and she would be if her killer had been brought to justice before it was too late. In Laken, we lost a bright and beautiful soul, as those who knew her will attest. The law should serve our citizens, yet it has somehow been Laken's killer that benefited from our system. It's time we honor Laken's legacy by putting American citizens first. The Laken Riley Act, while too late to prevent Laken's tragedy, is a targeted bill that will save countless other lives. It will ensure that other illegal immigrants, not dissimilar to her killer, are detained for their crimes before they get a chance to commit another and maybe more serious offense. Anyone who has entered the United States illegally and then committed a crime should and will face detention and deportation. And it sounds like common sense to me. Laken's killer was arrested 3 times and released 3 times, once at the border, again in New York City, and a 3rd time in Athens, Georgia, mere weeks before he took Laken's life. That will not happen and cannot happen under the Laken Riley Act. This is a problem that cannot be ignored or explained away or made trivial. The American people demand change. The American people want us to fix this system that failed to uphold the law and failed to keep Laken safe. Her cause is their cause. It's the cause of every mother, every father, every brother, every sister, of a young girl who simply wants to go to school and then go out for a run in her neighborhood and feel safe. I know at its core, this is truly a bipartisan issue. We all want to keep our communities safe, all Republicans and Democrats. Our Republican caucus and conference is completely unified behind the Laken Riley Act, and we've managed to win over a majority of Senate Democrats for the bill's initial consideration, including 2 have signed on as co-sponsors. As my Democrat colleague from Pennsylvania has noted, failure to pass this bill would represent everything that is wrong with Congress. The truth is, the American citizens have had enough talk, especially about these last 4 years. Now's the time for action. That's what the election was about. Action, not empty words. This week, we will have before us a tranche of critical votes that America will be intently watching. To the families watching who have lost loved ones like the Riley family, we stand with you. We feel your grief and your pain, and we will guard against this heartbreak ever happening again. Now more than ever, it is incumbent upon my colleagues and me to support America's families and pass the strongest possible bill for our communities. With that, I look forward to advancing the Laken Riley Act this week. And, Mr. President, thank you, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Gentleman from North Dakota, sorry. Almost said South Dakota, sir. Senator from North Dakota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We like South Dakota, too. They're pretty good guys. Oklahoma. We're fond of Oklahoma as well. Thanks, Mr. President. Today I join my colleagues in looking forward to January 20th, when we can turn the page on the failed border policies of the Biden-Harris administration and get back to common sense, a common sense approach to border security under President Donald Trump. During 4 years of the Biden-Harris border policies, our country saw the highest annual total of illegal alien crossings, the highest monthly total of illegal alien crossings, and the highest total of individuals on the terror watch list attempting to cross our borders. These are the plain and simple facts. The Biden-Harris administration has made our country less safe, less secure, and more vulnerable to threats from abroad. The American people saw beyond the Biden-Harris administration's false claims that the border was secure. Last November gave a very clear and compelling mandate. Secure the border. Secure the border. Already the new Republican Senate majority is taking a first step to protect the American people against the consequences of the Biden-Harris administration's policies by working to pass the Laken-Riley Act. Under this bill, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement will be required to detain illegal immigrants who have committed theft-related offenses and issue an immigration detainer request to local law enforcement for illegal aliens who have committed related crimes. The legislation can empower states to hold federal officials accountable when they fail to enforce federal immigration law. This important legislation is one we should have never had to pass. But because the Biden-Harris administration played politics with our country's borders and immigration policy, Senate Republicans are here today ready to work on behalf of the American people. Working with the Trump administration, we will prioritize the enforcement of policies that protect our southern border, which include reinstating the migrant protection protocols or remain in Mexico policy, enforcing safe third country agreements, and resuming construction of the border wall. In his first 100 days in office, President Biden revoked 94 Trump-era executive orders and reversed crucial border security policies. In less than a week, President-elect Trump will be sworn into office. He is committed to taking executive action on day one to reinstate the policies that will secure our border. I look forward to these changes and to working further to address the crisis created under the Biden-Harris administration. I also look forward to the debate that will take place in the coming weeks regarding how Republicans will secure the border through reconciliation, and we're already hard at work on that. This will be an important legislative tool that will help refocus resources so that the professionals at ICE, CBP, and U.S. Border Patrol can focus on the mission of securing our border, removing criminal aliens who should not be in the United States, and addressing potential threats to the homeland. To accomplish these goals, we must recruit and retain more border security professionals, modernize our border security tools like autonomous towers, and better utilize technology like the counter-unmanned aircraft systems along the border. The cause of these threats to our homeland is clear: President Biden's failure to secure the southern border. Senate Republicans stand ready to work with President Trump to advance the policies that kept our border secure during his first administration. That's exactly what my colleagues and I will be working to accomplish every day in the coming months, because border security is national security. Thank you, Mr. President. And with that, I yield the floor.
Senator from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank my colleague from North Dakota and his comments and his support for this legislation. You know, one of the highest priorities of the next administration is securing the southern border, restoring law and order, and reversing the dangerous open border policies of President Biden. Too many Americans have felt the tragic consequences of these policies. And one of them was a woman named Laken Riley. She was a nursing student at the University of Georgia. And last year, an illegal immigrant from Venezuela murdered her while she was out on an early morning jog. And what makes this story all the more devastating was that the killer should have been stopped, but wasn't. He should have been stopped at the border in 2022, but he was paroled into this country. He should have been detained when he was arrested in New York in 2023, but wasn't. He should have been detained when he was arrested in Georgia for shoplifting, but he wasn't. The chain of these events is downright shameful. We must make sure that these don't ever happen again, and that's why I worked with my good friend, Senator Katie Britt of Alabama, to reintroduce the Laken Riley Act. This bill would require ICE to issue detainers and take into custody illegal aliens who commit crimes like theft and shoplifting. We need to stop these individuals when they commit minor crimes before they're able to commit major crimes like the horrific murder of Laken Riley. The Laken Riley Act will empower the Trump administration to enforce our laws, keep our nation secure, and prevent tragedies. Ladies and gentlemen, this is common sense, but if you stay here in Washington long enough, you'll sometimes feel that common sense, it's not all that common. But I appreciate the newfound bipartisanship that seems to have broken out on Capitol Hill on this issue. It's wonderful. Dozens of Democrats have now supported the Laken Riley Act. I want to welcome them to the cause of law and order. But a word here about amendments. And I thank Leader Thune, who I think is off to a wonderful start, and I appreciate his leadership. He has opened this as promised to amendments. Several on this side of the aisle, several on the other. But let's just say that some of our friends on the other side of the aisle, they have an amendment. And let's say that it doesn't get the amount of votes. Let's not use that as a pretext for them not supporting this bill. Let's support this, and then you have our commitment to go back and work on that and take a look at that specific legislation that they were trying to introduce by amendment. But please don't use the failure of said amendment to not support this very important legislation. It's my hope that we can continue in this spirit and make sure that the Laken Riley Act is passed by both chambers and signed into law by our nation's 47th president, Donald J. Trump. I yield the floor.
Senator from Indiana.
Mr. President, I have 7 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Mr. President, President Biden is spending his final days in office on a valedictory tour. Now, here's one accomplishment he won't mention: a crisis on our southern border, which has spread chaos across our country, flooded our communities with fentanyl, and cost innocent American lives. Now, it's correct to call this one of President Biden's accomplishments. He intentionally reversed the Trump administration's border policies as soon as he reached the Oval Office. And it was by design, Mr. President, that millions of migrants who illegally crossed our southern border were released into our country. This self-inflicted disaster will be a major part of President Biden's ignominious legacy. And it is in part why Americans chose to return President Trump to office in November. When the American people voted for a Republican president and a Republican Congress, they were voting to restore the rule of law at the border. They were demanding that their government fulfill its constitutionally delegated duty to provide for their national security. They were demanding that their government do that. And they were arguing correctly that it is not discrimination for a nation to demand that those who seek to call it home do so legally. The American people want the return of common sense immigration policy. That's all. That's what I hear back home. But you see, this wasn't possible under President Biden. Beginning next week, we'll have a new president, and there will be no excuses. The open border policies must end. Criminal migrants must go. The number of Border Patrol and Immigration and Customs Enforcement officers must be increased. Barriers to illegal entry must be expanded and enlarged. Republicans are working on legislation which will help accomplish all of these things and improve the security of our border, just like the American people expect. It will be too little too late for the family of Laken Riley, though. Of course, she should still be with us today. The man who murdered her last February should have never set foot in America. Her death was preventable. Her killer entered this country illegally and was quickly paroled. Then he was sent at taxpayer expense to New York, where he was arrested and released. If that was the end of the story, it would still be an outrage and an indictment of the failed Biden administration. But from there, he went to Georgia, you see, all courtesy of taxpayers, where he was arrested and freed again before brutally murdering Laken Riley. Weakening border enforcement, incentivizing criminals with specious asylum claims to cross our border, failing to detain and deport these very same people for crimes committed far away from it. These were the policies that led to Laken's death. This cannot happen again. Can't happen again to another American or to their family. That is why we need to pass the Laken Riley Act. It won't single-handedly end the crisis at our southern border. No, that's not its objective. But it's an important first step in the broader mission we've been assigned by the American people. Homeland Security must detain migrants charged with crimes. Here again, common sense. Crimes like shoplifting, one of the crimes for which Lakin's killer was arrested. The bill we're currently debating, the Laken-Riley Act, requires that they do this, and that we meet the objectives of the American people as it relates to border security. You see, enforcing immigration law is a national security priority. I began emphasizing this years ago. I know so many other Americans believe this in their bones. It's time Washington started acting like it. So this bill is one of many steps we should take to reverse the Biden administration's open border policies. Stop the madness. Stop the madness. I plead with my colleagues to support the Laken-Riley Act. We should pass it now. Let President Biden have his victory tour, but starting next week, the insanity ends, and we begin to secure our border. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. President Biden's open border policies have created a national security, humanitarian, and drug catastrophe in our country. In 2023, law enforcement encounters at the border found 169 people on FBI's terrorist watch list. In previous years, under the Trump administration, that number was in single digits. We've had 10.5 million border encounters since Biden took office. On a single day in December, U.S. Customs and Border Protection encountered 12,600 people trying to illegally enter into our country. That's just along the southern border, 12,600. It set an all-time single-day record for the number of people trying to break into our country. In years past, administration officials have said if there's 1,000 people encountered at our southern border trying to get in, that's a crisis. 12,600 is a catastrophe. Record amounts of deadly drugs have also flown into our country since President Biden opened our borders. We experienced this directly in Nebraska. In 2019, when I was governor, Nebraska law enforcement took 46 pills laced with fentanyl off of our streets. 46. Then, after Biden became president, in just the first 6 months of 2021, Nebraska law enforcement took 151,000 pills off our streets. From 46 to 151,000. While I was governor, after Biden became president, we saw that our law enforcement started confiscating twice as much methamphetamine, 3 times as much fentanyl, 10 times as much cocaine, because of our open southern border and the cartels taking advantage of it. And just like all around the country, our young people paid the price as well. Taryn Lee Griffith was a young mom of 2 who took a pill that was laced with fentanyl and died because of it. The single largest killer of Americans 18 to 45 is fentanyl overdose, all facilitated by President Biden's open border policies along our southern border. Jose Ibarra was a different kind of problem. Jose Ibarra was a Venezuelan national who crossed our border illegally in the Texas area and asked for asylum. His wife said he just wanted a better job, but regardless, the Biden administration released him into this country. He was bused in New York City. And there he was arrested for acting in a manner to endanger a child under the age of 17. However, New York City is a sanctuary city. He was not detained or deported, as he ought to have been. He was released. He made his way to Georgia. And once again, he was arrested, this time for shoplifting. But once again, he was not detained or deported by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. And because he was not, he went on to brutally murder Laken Riley. This tragedy could have been avoided if President Biden had been protecting our southern border, if illegal immigrants were being detained and deported. People who break the laws in our to detain people who are breaking our laws. When people come here illegally and they're breaking our laws, they need to be held accountable. With the Laken Riley Act, if you are committing theft, burglary, shoplifting, you will be detained. And tragedies like Laken Riley can be avoided. This is just common sense, that we need to enforce our laws. To me, it's common sense that we need to protect our borders. And thank goodness, starting in a few days, we will have a president who understands the safety of the American people is the priority. And President Trump will secure our borders. The election results were overwhelming. President Trump has a mandate to secure our borders. Senate Republicans will stand up to help him do just that. The Laken Riley Act is our first step to be able to help him do that. And I call upon my colleagues from the other side of the aisle to continue to support this bill as they've done on the previous votes. Let's get this bill passed. Let's make sure other families don't have to live through the tragedy that Laken Riley's family had to live through. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The senator for Iowa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our nation, this body, and the American people are all too familiar with stories like Laken Riley's. The 22-year-old nursing student beaten to death by an illegal immigrant. One who was already in police custody in New York City before being let go. Unfortunately, after 4 years of Biden's open border, this heartbreaking story has become too commonplace. Hardly a day goes by without hearing of another American who has fallen victim to crimes perpetrated by the illegal immigrants the Biden administration let flood into our country. And worse, too many times an illegal immigrant arrested for a violent crime posts bail, never to be heard from again, escaping through loopholes in the law. This crisis only continues. While these tragedies should have never happened in the first place, my colleagues and I are taking action to ensure they never happen again. My legislation, Sarah's Law, in conjunction with the Laken Riley Act, will close these loopholes so our laws no longer prioritize illegal immigrants over our own citizens. Working to secure the border and protect Americans is not a new fight for me, but it became personal nearly 9 years ago. On the 31st of January, so at the end of this month, marks 9 years since Iowans Michelle Root and Scott Root, who I know personally, woke up to every parent's worst nightmare. Their daughter, Sarah, was killed by a drunk driver that was an illegal immigrant. Sarah, and she is a beautiful young woman. She was 21 years old. She was from Council Bluffs, and she had just graduated from Bellevue University in Nebraska with a 4.0 GPA. She had her bachelor's degree in criminal investigations. She was headed home after celebrating this really important milestone with her family and her friends. Sarah had her entire life ahead of her. But instead, an illegal immigrant, Edwin Mejia, who was drunk driving with a blood alcohol level 3 times over the legal limit, struck and killed her. One would think that Sarah's killer would clearly meet immigration and customs enforcement priorities. But no. Citing the Obama administration's November 2014 memo, ICE declined to take custody of Mejia, despite his repeated driving offenses and history of skipping, and was released, never to be seen again. To rub salt in the wound, the Biden administration removed Mejia from ICE's most wanted list. Since then, I have warned repeatedly against the dangers of letting illegal immigrants who have already broken our laws roam the country and continue their lawlessness. I have continually called on this body to step up and protect innocent Americans from criminals who are here in our country illegally, and pass my bill, Sarah's Law. A loophole in the law means Sarah's killer escaped justice. But today we can do something to ensure no other family has to go through the pain and the grief that Sarah's parents, Scott and Michelle, still feel from their heartbreaking day. My bill, named in Sarah's honor, would close the alarming loophole that let Sarah's killer go free. It would simply require ICE to detain illegal immigrants charged with killing or seriously injuring another person so they do not disappear before facing justice. It's common sense, folks. No parent should have to endure the pain of losing a child like the Root family did. But unfortunately, the Riley family is experiencing this same heartbreak. Sarah and Laken's deaths are both tragic and unfortunately are doomed to be repeated if we don't close the loopholes in that law. Those who come here illegally and harm our citizens should, without question, be detained so they face justice. Again, folks, this is common sense. We can no longer prioritize illegal immigrants over public safety. We must pass the Laken-Riley Act and Sarah's Law to send this message loud and clear for Sarah's family, for Laken's family, and for the countless American families that this action would protect. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
the price of gas, the price of insurance. That was what the last election was about, right? It was about inflation. It was about the amount that people were paying. That's what the last election was about. Interestingly, the very first thing that Donald Trump and the Republicans have decided to do is to cut taxes for billionaire corporations. And they're going to pay for it by ripping off working Americans. Now, that might sound like a political talking point. It sounds too convenient, too absurd. How can you spend 4 years pounding on the party in power about how much people are getting hit in the pocketbook? And they were. And they were. The price of eggs, the price of utilities, the price of gasoline, still in Hawaii around $4.59 a gallon. People still paying too much. And yet the first order of business is not to do anything about that. It's not to do anything about that. It is to cut taxes for the wealthiest international corporations in human history. I'm here today with my Senate Democratic colleagues, and I want to make a sort of broader point. As Democrats struggle through, learn about, argue about what went wrong over the last 2 to 4 years politically, one of the things that we did not do well enough is stay on the same theme. This place gets crazy, and it's especially crazy with Donald Trump president, I remember. And it's distracting. And even in the best of circumstances, people fly home, and then they arrive on Monday, there's a 5:30 vote, and oftentimes the last vote is on Thursday at 1:45. And so we talk about one thing from Monday at 5:30 until Thursday at 1:45. And the thing we talk about is often whatever is on the floor or whatever is in committee. We're going to do that. We have to do that. We have to comment on what we're working on. But we're also going to talk about this rip-off tax bill, because that illustrates the difference between the parties. That is going to illustrate in 3 dimensions that all of this talk about lowering costs was a lie. I'm here with Senate Democratic colleagues, including members of the Senate Finance Committee, led by Senator Wyden on the Democratic side, who will be on the forefront of this particular fight. And we're not here because we're surprised that Republicans are going to raise and not lower costs, because we know that was the plan all along. We're not here because we're shocked that Republicans want to cut taxes for the ultra-wealthy. They do that, like clockwork, every time they win the House and the Senate and the presidency. We're here because nothing can distract us from the reality of what is about to happen. This will be a giveaway of the worst kind at a time when people can least afford it. So how do they plan to do it? And this is a little technical, so bear with me. So House Republicans are saying you've got to pay for these tax cuts, right? You reduce revenue to the government. In order to pay for it, you have to find savings. You have to either get new revenue. That's kind of off the table for Republicans. They don't like new revenue, unless it's tariffs, which Americans pay. Or you got to cut something. And so last Friday, this document was released, and I understand if you're watching this on your phone or even on C-SPAN, it's kind of small, right? I get it. But this document listed their so-called pay-fors. In other words, how are they going to pay for these massive tax cuts for the wealthiest individuals, the wealthiest privately held and publicly held corporations in human history. And here are just a couple of the things that they are using as so-called pay-fors. $700 billion in cuts, kicking millions of people off of Medicaid. $500 billion out of Medicare, reducing access to care for seniors everywhere. More than $150 billion in cuts to the Affordable Care Act subsidies. And what does that mean? If you're on ACA, if you get your health care through ACA, subsidy goes away, your monthly insurance bill is about to skyrocket. Tens of millions of Americans who pay for their health insurance through the ACA exchange and receive that subsidy are going to have to pay more. And what happens with that money? It doesn't go for roads It doesn't go for firehouses. It doesn't go for public health. It goes to this tax cut. I am not exaggerating. This is not a rhetorical flourish. This is not a political talking point. They are literally cutting Medicare, Medicaid, possibly Social Security, the Affordable Care Act, and they're going to take all these resources, these are their pay-fors, and shovel it to people so that they can continue their private jet subsidies, pay a lower tax rate, eliminate the 15% minimum billion-dollar corporation tax. So before we passed the tax legislation when we were in charge, there were lots of the wealthiest corporations, international corporations in the history of the planet that paid zero taxes. And so what did we do, both to generate money, but also because it's a question of basic fairness, is we established a minimum rate for these wealthy corporations. And they want to eliminate that too. Why? Because this is what they do. Because that is actually their governing philosophy. You know, they say campaign in poetry, govern in prose. That's not what's happening here. They campaigned on misleading people that their abiding concern, their main concern, was, gosh, people are paying too much for a dozen eggs. And I don't mean to diminish that. People were paying too much for a dozen eggs. But right now, inflation is 2.7%. And gas in a lot of places across the country is below $3. And so people were paying too much. And people were rightly pissed off, by the way, at Democrats too, for not recognizing how acute this problem was for a lot of American families. I get it. But I don't know anybody who thinks the solution to people paying too much out of pocket is to make them pay more out of pocket. There's not a single voter that I know, not a single voter that I know, that I've interacted with. I wish people who are being subsidized so they can afford health care, I wish we would eliminate that, and gosh, I wish we would use all that money and shovel it back to the wealthiest people in the world. And so we're not going to stop talking about this. I just had 2 hearings with Sean Duffy and Marco Rubio. I know Pam Bondi was today. Lots of very exciting and interesting things are happening, and we're going to have to comment on that. We're going to have to engage in that. But every week, we're going to be talking about this ripoff. Every week, every opportunity we get, we are going to be talking about this because this is the difference between the 2 political parties. And with that, I want to yield to my very good friend who really understands tax policy and with whom I've been working on this and with whom we fought together to win the ACA fight many, many years ago, Senator Chris Murphy from Connecticut.
Thank you very much, Senator. I just can't believe we're talking about something that nobody wants. Right? That's what this comes down to. The number one priority for Republicans is extending and likely expanding a tax cut that benefits the wealthiest 1%, 0.1% in this country at a rate that dwarfs the help for anyone else. The tax cut that we're talking about extending gives a tax cut for the top 1% of earners in this country that isn't 10 times bigger than working families at the bottom of the income scale. It's not 100 times bigger. It's not 500 times bigger. Taxpayers in the top 1% will get a tax cut 852 times larger than working families at the bottom of the income thresholds. 852 times bigger. And what we have seen coming out of the pandemic is that while the broad middle of the country has been struggling, the wealthy have gotten richer and richer and richer. We have more billionaires than ever before in this country. The folks that don't rely on salaries, that can just plow their income and their earnings into the capital markets, have reaped huge, huge rewards. And so the very, very wealthy in this country right now, at this moment in time, don't need any more help. And yet, the average family that is in that top 1% bracket is going to get a tax cut on average of $70,000. Well, if you make $30,000 in this country, you're going to get about $100 back in your pocket. And of course, the theory is that if you just layer on tax cuts for corporations and for billionaires and millionaires, that money will eventually trickle down to everybody else, right? That's a lie. That's not true. That's a fraud. It's never been true. It's been perpetuated on the American public because it's a great way to rationalize giving the bulk of tax cuts to the very, very wealthy. The idea is that somehow that'll make it down to the rest of us. Go onto any main street of this country. Go into any subdivision in your state. You won't find many of your constituents who make $50,000 or $100,000 or even $200,000 that have had much of that trickle down to them. And to Senator Schatz's point, 8 years ago, when this tax cut was first put into place, it was egregious, not because of the balance only, but also because the whole thing was borrowed. All that money was just put on the American credit card, a credit card that comes due and ends up getting paid by middle-class families, one way or the other. This time around, I guess the good news is they're talking about paying for it, not borrowing to give a huge tax cut to corporations and to billionaires and millionaires. Instead, they're talking about immediately taking money out of the pockets of working families and seniors and poor people. Instead of borrowing money and have the bill come due for middle-class families later, this new tax cut for billionaires and corporations is going to be financed by an immediate cut to services and benefits to some of the most vulnerable people in this country. At the end of last year, as a means of passing the continuing resolution, there was a deal apparently cut. This is reported in the press, in which there was a promise made to finance this tax cut with $2 trillion of cuts to Medicaid and Medicare. Medicaid, poor kids, poor families, Medicare, seniors in this country. Now, $2 trillion is a hard number to get your head wrapped around. But there is no way to enact $2 trillion, a T, worth of cuts in Medicare and Medicaid without hundreds of thousands of people, senior citizens and poor kids, losing access to care. You are literally, this is not hyperbole, $2 trillion worth of cuts means that nursing homes shut down. People are put out on the streets. It means that poor kids don't get access to mental health services. And so what happened 8 years ago was cruel. A tax cut put on the American public's credit card, 80% of the benefits going to the very, very richest, none of it trickling down. This version that Republicans are talking about passing in a matter of weeks is even more cruel, because it is the same balance, the benefit going to the very, very wealthy, President-elect Trump's friends who pay to get in and out of Mar-a-Lago, but financed immediately by cuts that are going to be devastating for the people in this country who get up every day relying on programs like Medicare and Medicaid. So I agree with my friend from Hawaii. We've got to be down on the floor talking about this every single day. Folks thought it was an inevitability 8 years ago when Republicans made it a priority to steal health insurance from 20 million Americans. And by the skin of our teeth, we were able to save health insurance for 20 million Americans. And maybe if we raise enough of a fuss about this massive transfer of wealth from the middle class and the poor to the very, very wealthy, we can stop this egregious policy as well. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon is recognized.
Mr. President, let's talk about Trump's betrayal of middle-class America. In 2017, many of us warned that Trump's tax giveaway was a disaster for working families. It was a giveaway to billionaires. It was a giveaway to powerful corporations. It stole from America's treasury, increasing the debt of this country to gild the richest Americans. They wanted platinum treatment. They wanted more money than anybody else has ever imagined, and they got it from Trump by draining the American treasury. Well, that failed America's working families. There is nothing about giving several $100,000 to the richest Americans, that is each one of them, that helped a single working American. These policies are coming to an end in 2025. But now Trump, too, is coming along, and he says, I campaigned on working Americans, but I want to raid the programs for them and raid the Treasury to enrich them again. I didn't give them enough the first time around. The rich are not rich enough. I campaigned for working families, but I am going to betray them with tax cuts, tax giveaways, a tax rate on programs and the Treasury for the richest Americans. That is the Trump betrayal that we are facing right now. CBO says extending the Trump tax cuts would blow a $4.6 trillion hole in the federal budget over the next 10 years. And as my colleague just pointed out, Republicans are saying they might decrease the size of that hole by raiding health care for Americans. What an evil and twisted plot that is. What an assault on working families across our nation. 4.6 trillion. No, I did not say M for million or B for billion. We're talking trillion. 4.6 trillion dollars that should go to basic services for all Americans or reduce our deficit, instead going into the pockets of the very few. So who are you for? Are you for the very richest 1% and 0.1% of Americans who have so much money they don't know what to do with it? Or are you for working families? Because this Trump budget is the betrayal of working families. If you're for working families, you invest in health care, you don't raid it. You invest in housing, you don't raid housing programs. You invest in education, you don't raid education programs. Those are the foundations, those in a good paying job. Those are the four foundations for families to thrive. If you work an hourly job and make less than $34,000 a year, which is the case for 50 million American taxpayers, you'd get back $130 a year. Oh, $2.50 roughly, $2.50. All right, right now that's like less than a cup of coffee. Enjoy that every week, because that's what Trump cares about for those families who are working at the bottom of the ladder trying to move up. But instead of helping move up, he wants to take the programs away from them and give them to these folks who are going to get a $280,000 per person tax break at the very top. Look how skewed this is. Working families on the left get nothing. The richest on the right get everything. That's what we're looking at. And that little tiny $130, just a little change in the cost of drugs or your rent, your groceries, wipes that out. 2,000 times the help for the richest compared to those who are struggling. That is twisted, that is warped, that is a Trump betrayal of working families. So let's stand for working families. Let's stand for health care and housing and education, the foundations for every family to move up the ladder. Because that's what it means to care about every American family, rather than being the party of the elite rich like the Trump betrayal presents. Thank you, Mr. President.
The senator from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. President, thank you. I join my colleagues on the same topic to talk about the forthcoming debate that we will have about tax policy in this chamber. Since coming to Congress, well, really before, when I was a mayor and governor, I've advocated for smart, simple, pro-growth and pro-family tax reform. Taxes should be fair, they should be consistent, they should be predictable, and they should generate the revenue that America needs to fund Social Security, Medicare, education, roads, national security, and the other critical investments that matter to our constituents. I repeat what some of my colleagues did in 2017 during the first Trump administration, after the failed effort to take health insurance away from more than 20 million people and deprive all Americans of being protected from discrimination by insurance companies if they had pre-existing conditions. And thank goodness that reconciliation effort failed when 3 Republicans joined Democrats to block that effort. The Trump administration and colleagues turned to the idea of tax reform. Now, Democrats were very willing to work on deficit-neutral, pro-growth tax reform, but instead Republicans chose, we don't want to have a committee process, we don't want to include Democrats, we want to write a bill, and we'll write a bill that will pass partisan tax cuts that will dramatically expand the deficit. At this time, and I know my colleagues remember this, economists were saying that America's corporate tax rate of 35% was high compared to global averages. And so there were some suggestions that what we should do is lower the corporate tax rate to put it more in tune with what other nations were charging. There's a little bit of an apples to oranges difficulty in doing that because other nations use a VAT tax that we don't use. But most economists said if we wanted to try to make our corporate tax rate more equivalent to other nations, we should try to lower the corporate tax rate from 35% to something like 28%. And many of my businesses in Virginia were coming to me and saying, we got to be more competitive. We got to have a corporate tax rate that matches up more with global norms. Drop the corporate tax rate to 28%. Instead, even though companies were only asking for that reduction, our Republican colleagues plummeted and slashed the corporate tax rate, not to 28%, not to 25%, but to 21%, and didn't even pay for it. Didn't even pay for it, as Senator Murphy said, just racked up higher deficits. Now, there were a few individual tax cuts in this bill. So if you look at the bill from 2017, it was mostly corporate tax cuts. There were a few in that pie chart, individual tax cuts. But they were heavily tilted towards the wealthy, as my colleagues have described. Analysis at the time showed that households in the top 1% would get an average tax cut of $60,000, while households in the bottom 60% averaged only $500 each. The bill also left out our nation's poorest children. Nearly 20 million children were left out of the full value of the child tax credit because it was not made refundable. Democrats demonstrated the American Rescue Plan that when you expand the child tax credit and allow it to be refundable, you can lead to a revolutionary drop in child poverty when it was in effect. But Republicans took a different route. And on top of these inequities, that the bill was too heavily weighted toward corporations, too light toward individuals, and with individuals too heavily weighted toward the wealthy rather than lower and middle income people, the Republican bill in 2017 did another thing that was entirely unjustified. The bill made the corporate tax cuts permanent and the individual tax cuts temporary. So big permanent corporate tax cuts, tiny temporary, heavily skewed individual tax cuts. During the debate, I offered a simple amendment that virtually all my Democratic colleagues voted for. And we said, hey, look, let's go ahead and reduce the corporate tax rate. But let's not reduce it to 21%. If we reduce it to 25%, which is a big reduction, we can make these individual tax cuts for everyday people permanent, so that at least the individual tax cuts to everyday people would be permanent like the corporate tax cuts. All of my Republican colleagues opposed it. The Senate was majority Republican, so we were stuck with a bad bill. And that brings us to today. Republicans debating how to ram another $4.6 trillion in tax cuts through the Senate. And I will remind my colleagues that when the Senate Republicans did this in 2017, they were really proud because they thought it was going to help them in the 2018 midterms. I think it was heavily driven by an electoral strategy. And what they found is after about 90 days of talking about it, the American public was so mad that these tax cuts went to the wealthy rather than everyday people that they dropped it as a campaign issue and talked about other things and still lost badly in those midterms. The proposed extensions are going to tilt toward the wealthy, as my colleagues indicated. But get this, the deficit effects that are likely to be felt and some of these distributional effects, President Trump is proposing, why not mitigate those by jacking up tariffs? Okay, so we're going to do tax cuts that benefit the wealthy, but we're also going to do tariffs, and who will tariffs impact? President-elect Trump often says, oh, tariffs won't affect Americans, it'll hurt China and Mexico. But once the election was over, he acknowledged that he can't guarantee American families won't be affected by costs of tariffs. Well, I'm going to guarantee this. If President Trump moves forward with broad-based universal tariffs and they're not defeated in this body, American families will suffer, American families will pay the cost. We know it because we've seen it before. Study after study showed that American consumers bore the brunt of Trump's first trade war. And this time it'll be even more. Projections suggest that the tariffs will impact American families to the tune of either between $2,500 and $4,000 per American household in additional costs. $2,500 compared to this tiny little tax benefit that everyday Americans will experience. So talk about salt in a wound. We're going to do a tax bill for the wealthiest when they don't need it, not do much for everyday people who do need it, but put on the shoulders of those same people tariffs that are going to increase the cost of goods. Imagine coming out of COVID and other things and having this kind of burden put on your shoulders. There's a better path. And let me just give you an example. The Democrats are willing to work with Republicans to do tax reform that will be fair. Just last year, we saw bipartisan negotiation in the House and how that negotiation can lead to more balanced, more smart, better for the deficit, bipartisan priorities. Our colleague Senator Wyden was able to reach a deal with House Chair Jason Smith on a bipartisan tax package that would have lifted children out of poverty, the child tax credit, that would have incentivized investment into research and development, good for companies who then innovate, and that's good for jobs. And also, the third piece of this tax bill that was bipartisan would have expanded our ability to build affordable housing. And it was fully paid for. This bill got 357 votes in the House. We can't get that for a Mother's Day resolution in the House of Representatives. But then it died here in the Senate because Republicans didn't want to take the bill up because they wanted to wait to do a bill that would benefit the wealthiest. I urge my colleagues, you made a mistake before in 2017 by going down a path that busted the deficit and made the American voters really mad. Don't go down that path again. Work with us to find a tax bill that will appropriately prioritize the needs of everyday American citizens and small businesses. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator Kaine, before you yield the floor, would you yield for a question?
I would yield for a question to my colleague from New Jersey.
I mean, that was the stunning thing about who are you for? Are you for working Americans? Are you for American families? Or are you for the wealthy of the wealthy? I watched this in a slow motion disaster for our country economically when I was getting lobbied by corporations in the same way that you said. They were saying, we're not globally competitive. We're not globally competitive. And so everybody here, all 100 of us, want American businesses to win. So yes, I think that we should have, my opinion was, yeah, let's make our tax rate globally competitive and get rid of some of these crazy corporate tax loopholes that people use so many companies pay zero taxes. So we could have had a bipartisan conversation that could have reflected our values, lower the overall corporate tax rate, and find a way to get rid of loopholes so corporations don't find ways to exempt themselves from taxes, where the average police officer is paying higher taxes than some of the biggest corporations. And I watched you during that time. This is 8 years ago, and you began to say, let's make sure that this tax plan benefits working Americans, Because when you invest in middle-class Americans, working-class Americans, it is a proven way to grow the economy other than this fallacy of trickle down. And so the stunning thing for me, and this is where I want you to, I think that was one of the most powerful points I heard, was when people were coming to me and saying 28%, 27%, 26%, the biggest corporations were saying it publicly. I was reading in the newspaper. The lowest thing I saw the corporations asking for was 25%. What were those conversations like when you were talking to our colleagues on this side? How do they end up at 21% and then not even support an amendment to bring it back up to what the corporate leaders were asking for to the benefit of working class people? How could that amendment not have passed?
The senators reminded that the questions need to be referred to the chair.
Forgive me, especially who the chair is, I'm afraid. So I direct that question to the chair, to the person here.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'll just direct it, and my answer is going to reveal my naivete. Because my corporate sector in Virginia, and my companies are like everybody's companies, were saying, hey, drop that 35% rate to 28. And I may have had one that said to 25, but they were basically saying if you do it at 28, we're going to be equivalent to other nations. When the bill was put on the table, and remember we got it with handwritten interlineations late in the evening where we didn't even have an ability to even decipher what some of the handwritten interlineations were. But we realized they had dropped it to 21%. I almost thought it was a typo. It was one of these handwritten things. I thought that was a typo because the companies were only asking for 28%. And then I looked further in this massive bill and I realized all the individual tax cuts were tiny, temporary, and expiring rather than big and permanent. And so I went to the colleagues and I said, have I got a great idea for you? You can take all these individual tax cuts if you shave off some of the ones to the most wealthy, and you can make them permanent and still do what the corporations had wanted us to do by having a corporate tax rate equivalent of other nations. I thought I was being helpful. I had a solution to a math problem that I thought they were going to like. Instead, what they said is, no, it's got to be 21%, and these individuals, they're going to be weighted to the wealthy, and they're going to be temporary.
Would the senator yield for one last question? Then I'm going to yield to Senator Lujan for his presentation.
I would be glad to yield.
Senator, I came to the floor, or to the chair, I came to the floor to listen to the good faith arguments of colleagues about the Trump tax cut, and I heard them say it would pay for themselves. This was a mantra I heard over and over again. It will pay for itself. It will pay for itself. But independent folks like the Federal Reserve Board, the Joint Committee on Taxation, found that their corporate tax cuts did not pay for themselves, but they drove our government into a multiple $trillion more of a deficit, and that the benefits, this idea of trickle-down economics, the same groups I just mentioned said that 90% of workers didn't see a dime, when overwhelmingly it expanded corporate wealth and the wealth of the top 1% significantly, and didn't inure to the benefit of the postal worker, the cop, the firefighter, the plumber, the teacher. It is stunning to me that I sat here and listened to folks. But my challenge to you, because you've been sort of a pragmatic, moderate guy for a long time, and we're seeing this coming around the corner. Estimates are now that their new tax plan that they're talking about could cause a deficit to expand again by now over $4 trillion. And so you've been around here longer than I have. When we start running budget deficits that we know factually their last tax plan expanded the deficit in trillions, this one is projected, if they do it again, to the benefit of the top 1%, and again, very few of the benefits to the working Americans. What will that mean for America's fiscal stability going into 10 years from now and 15 years from now? What kind of
Budget Committee? I have some Budget Committee colleagues who are here on the floor. Senator Whitehouse has been the lead Democrat on the Budget Committee for some time and is now at the helm of another committee. But Senator Merkley, who spoke passionately a couple minutes ago, he is now the lead Dem on the Budget Committee. We need to take up the issue of these tax cuts as proposed and explore what the long-term consequences were. The consequence will be to bust the deficit. The consequence will be to put dollars in the hands of those who don't need them and take dollars out of the hands of those who do when you combine it with the tariff effect. But the consequence will also be significant on the national debt. And as Senator Murphy said during his comments, the national debt gets financed, and it gets financed in ways that ends up coming back, and who pays for it? Everyday folks. So you'll have a compounding effect on everyday folks where they will not get tax relief. They may see their taxes increase. They'll see their prices go up with this tariff blitz, and then they'll end up being saddled with the consequences of debt. We should take the time to do this right. We should take the time to do, again, I use the example of what the Finance Committee did last year on R&D tax credit, child tax credit, and the low-income housing tax credit. Not that that bill was perfect, and not that it included everything that you might want to include, but it's an example of you don't have to jam this through with one party holding the pen and excluding the other party. You can do a tax bill that can get 357 votes in the House of Representatives on something that will be paid for, not increase the deficit, help businesses innovate, help children get a good start in life, and help people afford affordable housing. If you do it the right way, we'll come up with a good plan, and I hope that we will.
Senator, yield for one more question?
I will yield for another question.
Senator, through the chair, the senator mentioned the Budget Committee. In the hearings that we've had on the Budget Committee, in which we've discussed tax cuts and their effect on revenues and their ability to pay for themselves, how many times have our Republican colleagues been able to produce a witness who under oath would say that these tax cuts would actually pay for themselves?
Precisely zero. Even though that phrase, they will pay for themselves, they have paid for themselves, the phrase was used all the time. But no one would under oath say that that actually happened. It reminds me of a great political maxim. I think it was Eugene McCarthy, former senator, who once said, the issues candidate is the one who says the word issues the most time. Just saying these cuts will pay for themselves, that's not the same as it being true. It wasn't true in the 2017 tax cuts, and we could never find any credible witness who would come and testify to that effect. With that, I have other colleagues on the floor who are ready and raring to go, and I yield to them. Thank you.
Madam President.
Senator from New Mexico.
Thank you, Madam President. I especially want to start by giving thanks to our colleague from Hawaii for asking us to come together to have a conversation with the American people. I'm a proud senator from the state of New Mexico, from a small rural community up in the northern part of the state. And I wanted to come down to the floor to continue this conversation as we have heard from colleagues already talk about what this is and what this isn't. And it seems to me when my Republican colleagues last did this, that what I heard town hall after town hall across New Mexico is Democrats, Republicans, independents, voters, constituents, they just want to hear the truth. They want to hear what this is and what this is not. And so I'm going to start off by holding up this report that says that almost 60% of the benefit of extending the Republican tax policies will go to the top 0.1% of the wealthiest in America. 0.1% of the wealthiest in America. And I'm not talking about the other 99.9%. Now, let's define how much money people that are in the top 0.1% in America are making. They're doing very well. They're making $2.8 million per year. It's a lot of money. And they're successful. But under the guise of giving middle-class families, hardworking families all across America a tax cut where the benefit goes to the top 0.1%. If you're making $2.8 million a year, yeah, this is for you. The American people just want to hear the truth. This is not for those hardworking class families back home, my brothers and sisters, police, men and women who fight to keep us safe, EMS who respond when we need them the most, nurses, teachers, electricians, iron workers, pipe fitters. You know, all the folks across America who are doing everything they can to put some food on the table, keep a roof over their head, provide for their kids, maybe save for retirement if they have a little extra. They're playing by the rules. This golden rule promise that if you fight hard and you play by the rules, you will do better than the previous generation and you're going to help your kids and everyone that follows you. So while you are playing by the rules all across the country, and I'm talking to everyone not making $2.8 million a year, my Senate Republican colleagues are getting ready to rig the system with a tax scam that's going to give more money to the people in the top 0.1%. Remember, people making $2.8 million a year or more. Well, maybe that will let some of those folks buy another jet plane or another yacht if they're doing well. $2.8 million, a lot of money. Now, but one of the concerns across the country is, just like this happened before, my Senate Republican colleagues are going to try to do this behind closed doors, all while making false promises that this is for you, working class families all across America. But at the end of the night, all that they're going to do is stick you with the bill. Now, they're going to pay for this, as we've heard time and time again, by eliminating programs that support our veterans, programs that feed young children or babies, take care of our grandparents or elders, or giving up your child's ability to see the same doctor that they've been seeing since they were born. Now, studies show just extending this Republican tax scam would blow a $4 trillion hole. Let that sink in. Facts. Talking about the realities of what this will and will not do. Now, the incoming administration is going to try and pass this off as you heard it here, a middle-class tax cut. That's how they're going to sell this to the American people. But it's not. It's a handout to the wealthiest folks making more than $2.8 million a year. Economic analysis makes it clear that this tax scam will drive up the debt and leave working families behind. We all know the way to grow the economy is to invest in the working class, lower taxes for working families, bring industry and innovation back to our communities across the country. The success of our teachers, our nurses, our pipe fitters, our firefighters, our police officers, and everyone in between. That's the success in building up the economy across America. Now look, you've heard this from my Democratic colleagues. I and we are ready to work with my Republican colleagues to find better solutions for growing our economy and lowering taxes to prioritize them, to target the middle class, to help them. But this scam is horrible. That's why I wanted to come to the floor today to have a conversation with my colleagues, to share the facts about what's happening here with the American people, and let my colleagues know across the aisle, let's work together. Let's truly deliver on a promise to help hardworking middle-class families all across the country, including in the state of New Mexico. I want to thank you again, Senator Schatz, and I want to yield my time to my colleague from Vermont as well, who I had the honor of serving in the House and being part of this debate when this happened before. I want to thank the President. I yield back my time.
Madam President.
Senator from Vermont.
I thank my colleagues. Madam President, the situation for working families in Vermont is really, really hard. They show up in work, they get a paycheck, and at the end of the month, when they try to pay their bills, there's not enough there. The situation for families is enormously insecure when it comes to housing. We find Vermonters who are working at ski areas can't live within an hour of the ski lift that they're attending. We find that folks in factories who want to live in the community they grew up in can't afford a house. They're competing oftentimes with cash buyers, usually from out of state. And it's folks who are in the economy that have the assets and have risen the rising stock market, and good for them. But we need a tax system that is good for working families. People want to work. They want to pay their bills, and they don't want to have the constant anxiety of whether they're going to miss a mortgage payment or they're going to miss a rent payment. And to have a discussion about a tax policy that essentially funnels money to folks who have done extremely well raises a fairness question, which my colleagues have talked to, but it also raises a very practical question about how do you grow an economy? You can only grow an economy if folks who are working and committed to the communities they're in can pay their bills, can earn what they need in order to pay the grocery bill and to pay rent and health care. And that's why the starting point of tax reform should be addressing family needs that, by the way, are employer needs. The child care tax credit really worked. It meant that families were able to afford things, and we saw the results with a 50% reduction in childhood poverty. What we also see is that when we can put money into education so families can be secure about a safe place and a good place for their kids to go to school, that will work. So our starting point should be, how does this help the paycheck for the working family? And that's pretty simple. The Earned Income Tax Credit, the Child Tax Credit, low-income housing credits to build the housing that we need. That's where we have to start, funneling money to folks who are doing really well and who have a massive amount of discretionary income, and where for corporations, the capital that they need to invest is there. There is not a capital shortage. We need to focus on families, not on the well-to-do and the corporations that got a reduction in taxes that was far more than they even requested. The second point I want to make is about the process that's being used to pass the tax bill or to consider it. It's the reconciliation process. By definition, what that means is it will be a Republican-only bill. There will be no discussion among Democrats where we have some point of views that, by the way, are really beneficial to folks in my state, whether they voted for Harris or they voted for Trump. A lot of working families need that child care tax credit. The reconciliation process means that the political trade-offs have to all be in the direction of the most extreme wing of the House Republican Party. So that process is going to handcuff us right at the beginning. The third point that many of my colleagues have made is that tax cuts do not pay for themselves. You know, dream on. Folks like to say that. It's as though it's magical. They don't pay for themselves. And this tax cut will add about $4 trillion to the deficit. What's next? Then we say, hey, we've got to cut spending. What spending do we have to cut? Health care. The ACA premium support. Senator from Massachusetts, that would mean for a family in Vermont, a lot of them would pay $300, $400, $500 more each month. That's on top of the high grocery bill. So the pressure then, if we have this explosion in the deficit, is to cut spending, and it usually means the veterans are on the block. It means that the low-income folks are on the block. It means that health care for working families is on the block. So let's have a tax system that is fair, also promotes growth, and invest in the folks who want to work to make this economy strong, want to build strong communities, and take care of their families. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Madam President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, we're in a climate emergency. Over just the past few months, powerful hurricanes and severe wildfires have caused nearly $250 billion in estimated damage. The Los Angeles fires are estimated to be the costliest blaze in the history of our country. Insurance is becoming unaffordable. People have lost their lives. People have lost their livelihoods. Rather than address our climate catastrophe, Republicans' highest priority is passing a new $5 trillion tax scam to subsidize the ultra-wealthy at the expense of working families. Now, Massachusetts, per capita, we're the wealthiest state in America. We're very proud of that. We believe in capitalism. But I haven't had one millionaire come up to me and say, I need a tax break, because they know they don't. And to pay for their tax scam, Republicans propose slashing Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, ripping away food security and other supports that parents rely on to feed their children and keep a roof over their head, and ending support for clean energy, which would only add more fuel to the fires raging across our country. Los Angeles is just the most recent example. House Republicans have said they want to pay for their tax cuts for the ultra-rich with $300 billion in, quote, the Green New Deal provisions in the 2021 infrastructure bill. Well, I don't know if that means cutting programs to get lead out of our drinking water, or stopping programs to help struggling school districts buy new clean energy buses to cut costs and keep kids healthy. Maybe they have a problem with programs that let people walk and bike. It's a systemic response to this crisis. I'll give you a couple of numbers. Hurricane Milton, Hurricane Helene, remember them last fall? 2 storms, 2 weeks, $300 billion worth of damage. $300 billion. They're saying, let's cut the $300 billion for clean energy programs. Oh, sure. Let's have the storms cause $600 billion worth of damage. $1 trillion worth of damage each time they come through. Sure. Why put prevention in place? Why have wind and solar ever be deployed? That's what they're coming for. It's outrageous. Donald Trump and Republicans would rather trade programs to help communities survive the climate crisis for tax cuts that help their ultra-rich donors survive tax season. And this week, in a response, I'll be introducing legislation to make polluters pay by increasing taxes on private jet fuel to $2 a gallon. You know what these billionaires for their private jets pay today? 20 cents. That's the tax on the jet fuel they put in their luxury jets to travel around America and the world. So we're just going to bump it up to $2 a gallon. And that will ultimately raise $1.8 billion. I think they can afford it, given what we're seeing happening in LA, or Florida, or North Carolina, or state after state in the last 6 months. And the tax-dodging ultra-wealthy need to stop fanning the flames and start supporting first-class solutions. To tackle the climate crisis and to have a fair tax code, we need to ensure that those doing more than their fair share to fuel the problem are paying the bare minimum and are held accountable for contributing to the solution. So if Donald Trump and his cabinet of fat cat billionaires and the 3 richest people in the world want to fly private jets to Monday's inauguration to pay tribute to Donald Trump, the very least they can do is pay for the damage they're doing to our environment. Per passenger, private jets pollute up to 14 times more than commercial flights, and they pollute 50 times more than trains, producing as much emissions as 5 million cars every single year. You hear that? Private jets emit as much pollution as 5 million cars a year. Just a few hours of flying private offsets the benefits of an entire year of driving an electric car. And that's not fair. In just 1 year, Elon Musk's 2 private jets produce nearly 5,500 tons of carbon emissions. And that's more than 300 years' worth of emissions for the average American. Everyday Americans should not have to subsidize the lavish lifestyle of the ultra-rich. The world's wealthiest 1% burn through their entire carbon budget for the year in the first 10 days of January. 10 days. So let's not let the 1% blow a $5 trillion hole in our federal budget as well. Republicans just spent the past 2 years complaining about the Inflation Reduction Act. Yet Republicans are preparing to spend trillions on tax breaks. They want to feed billionaires greed instead of the families who will go hungry when they cut SNAP. They want to grow billionaire excess while they cut people's health care, including the 2/3 of nursing home patients and 40 million children on Medicaid, and pursue work requirements that do little. And let me just say this. Ronald Reagan, 1981, he set the playbook. Who followed it? Newt Gingrich, 1995. Who followed him? George W. Bush, 2001. Who followed him? Donald Trump, 2017. They each had the same plan. Because the Republicans have a remarkable ability to harness voluminous amounts of information to defend knowingly erroneous premises. And the central erroneous premise is that it's possible to dramatically increase defense spending, which they want to do, and which those other guys did, cut taxes for the richest people in our country, that's what all those other guys did, and then to pretend with crocodile tears that they want to balance the budget. Because all that's left are the programs for regular families, for poor families. We call it Medicaid. You want to hear another way of describing Medicaid? 2/3 of all people in nursing homes are on Medicaid. 2/3 of all people are in nursing homes being paid by Medicaid. You know what? You want to know another number about them? 50% of them have Alzheimer's. How can families keep them in a nursing home? Medicaid. You know another name we have for that? They're called Grandma and Grandpa. Grandma and Grandpa are in nursing homes with Alzheimer's because of Medicaid. They want to cut that? Good, come for it. We're ready for this discussion. The poorest children in our country, 50% of all children in our country, 50% are on SNAP, on food stamps some point in their life. That's the poorest children in our country. That's who they are. That's Medicaid. That's another way of talking about Medicaid, huh? The poorest children, the most vulnerable seniors, that's the piggy bank they're going to use for tax breaks for billionaires. And they're then going to turn and say, we're going to the Affordable Care Act. You know what another way of talking about that? That's how people get the funding for opioid treatment and for mental health treatment. That's the Affordable Care Act. That's millions of people. Yeah, just slash it, sure. Who needs to help families with mental health issues? Who needs to help families that have opioid addiction? Why do that? And then they say, we're going to go to wind and solar, and we're going to cut that too. And we're going to keep the tax breaks for the oil and gas industry. Kick them in the heart, you're going to break your toe. That's what this plan is all about. It's what the plan has always been about since 1981. So we just can't let the ultra-wealthy play while leaving hardworking Americans to pay with their health care, their financial security, and bearing the brunt of the climate atrocities. We need economic justice. We need climate justice. We need wealthy polluters to pay, especially jet-setting billionaires who are polluting right now. And we need a system that works not for the American people, not for the billionaire excess that the Republican Party is going to bring out to the Senate floor. So I thank you, Madam President, and I yield to my friend from Rhode Island, great leader, Senator Whitehouse.
I'd make the point to my friend from Massachusetts that when Democrats used reconciliation, we used the reconciliation process to do the Inflation Reduction Act and help everyone. The Inflation Reduction Act meant green jobs to red states, and it meant less pollution for everyone. The Republicans are teeing up to use reconciliation to help big CEOs, billionaires and big corporations who are already doing amazingly well. If you feel you're being left behind by those folks, it's because you are. Look at what CEO pay has done, rocketing skyward, compared to the pay of the top 1%, other folks in the C-suite who may not be the CEO, compared to typical worker wages down here. Most Americans are right here. And most of the benefit of this tax reform will go to these folks. CEOs are taking a larger and larger share for themselves of the resources of American corporations, leaving less and less to pay their workers, and that's the difference, rocketing upward and more or less flat. And they want to make this worse through their reconciliation. If you want to add another backdrop to what's going on here, this is the share of America's revenue that's contributed by corporations. A lot of people in this body seem to want to go back to the good old days of the 1950s when, things were whatever they were then. Well, back in the 1950s, more than 30% of America's revenue came from our corporate community. Corporations were making a real and significant contribution to America's revenues and enjoying the significant growth that being an American corporation provides you. But politically, they hacked and they hacked and they hacked and they hacked away at their responsibilities, and now they're paying 6% of America's revenues. As wealthy as American corporations are, they add 6% now of America's revenues. And this, too, will be made worse by this Republican program. Half the benefits go to the top 5%. If you're over $1 million, it's a $78,000 tax cut. If you're making 50 grand, $273. Thanks a bunch. And the hit is going to come to regular Americans through Medicare, through Medicaid, and through support for their health care. They will even lower taxes for companies moving jobs and profits offshore. How about that for Make America Great Again? I tell you, when you actually take a look under the hood, what you see every time is that the benefits of these Republican tax cuts go to the biggest corporations, to the billionaires, and to corporate CEOs, and within those biggest corporations, the worst ones for moving jobs and profits offshore. It's as reliable as sunrise, and it's as wrong as it can be. I yield to my friend, Senator Rosen.
Thank you, Senator Whitehouse. Excuse me.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Madam President. As it's my first time addressing you from the Senate floor since I began my second term, I'd like to start by saying how grateful I am that Nevadans have put their trust in me to serve another 6 years in the United States Senate. People in my state know that above all else, I'm a Nevadan first, before any political party or ideology. And my track record is clear. I will always support policies that work for everyone. As members of Congress, we have the opportunity to make a real and meaningful difference in people's lives. And that starts by working to make the American dream just more affordable for hardworking people. Heading into the new administration, I'm deeply concerned about President Trump's plan to cut taxes for the ultra-wealthy and billionaires on the backs of workers, senior citizens, and middle-class families. When the Trump tax cuts were first passed in 2017, they overwhelmingly benefited the wealthiest individuals and the largest corporations, while increasing our national debt and leaving the middle class and working families, well, they just left them with much less to show for it. And Senate Democrats, we will fight. We will fight to stop this from happening again. As we negotiate the upcoming comprehensive tax reform package, we must focus on making sure it provides meaningful tax relief for hardworking families, for you, for all of us. While the Trump administration and Senate Republicans look out for billionaires and corporations, Senate Democrats are working for you. For one, we should be working to restart or expand several key tax credits that help support American families, like expanding the child tax credit, which will increase the amount of hard-earned money families get to keep in their pocket. We also need to use this opportunity to address the high cost of housing, which is impacting families in Nevada and across the country. We must expand the low-income housing tax credit so that we can, well, just build more housing, increase supply, and that ultimately lowers costs for you, for everyone. As someone who grew up in a working-class family, I know what it's like to work multiple jobs and rely on tips to make ends meet. It's why we need to make sure we put money back in the pockets of hardworking Nevadans, which is why any package should include the bipartisan plan to eliminate income tax on tips for service and hospitality workers. By ending income tax on tips and adding guardrails to prevent the ultra-wealthy and CEOs from exploiting loopholes, we can make sure that Nevadans keep more of their hard-earned money. We also need to provide a broad-based tax cut for working families in the middle class and make sure that families making less than $400,000 a year don't see a tax hike. Instead of lowering already low tax rates for corporations, we should be providing much-needed tax relief for our small businesses, like restoring research and development expensing. Our country's strength has always come from the middle class, our teachers, our first responders, our small business owners, our factory workers, families who get up every morning, every day. They send their kids off to school, and then they go out and they work hard to make our nation run. And they deserve it. They deserve the tax policies that work for them, not tax cuts that leave them behind while the wealthiest of us, the wealthiest of billionaires, the big corporations, reap the tax rewards. So let's be clear, though. If President-elect Trump and Senate Republicans don't work with Democrats, Republican tax proposals, well, they won't help you. They won't help your family. Republican tax policies are only going to help billionaires. We need to build an economy that works for everyone, for you, not just those at the top. So to all the families feeling the stress, no, you're not alone. It's time for us to put your priorities first, to lower costs, to expand opportunity. I see you, all of you, and I am ready and willing to fight for you and for all those you care about. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'm joining my colleagues on the Senate floor today for the same reasons, and I so appreciate my friend and colleague from the great state of Nevada, because she is absolutely right, and my colleagues as well, drawing attention to what really is happening here in Washington that has an impact on our individuals and families back home. You know, quite often I see so many decisions being made here in this bubble in Washington without any true regard or understanding of the impact on Main Street, where we all live and we come from. And what we're talking about today is what incoming President Donald Trump had passed previously when he was president, which is this massive tax giveaway to billionaires. What the American people don't know, which we know and we're talking about, and that's why we're here, is that tax cut for billionaires is about to expire. And many of my colleagues, Republican colleagues, want to extend the entire bill at the expense of middle-class families across the country. Now, the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office says that reauthorizing the Trump tax bill as is would add $4.6 trillion to our national debt. That would raise interest rates and make it more expensive for families to buy a home, to send their kids to college, or start a business. And based on how much my colleagues across the aisle have spent, and I would hope that they would want to avoid adding trillions of dollars to it, regardless of who's in the White House, even now. Unfortunately, that doesn't appear to be the case. Instead, my colleagues now, my Republican colleagues, have come up with two options for selling this legislation to the American people. Again, this legislation that will mainly benefit the very wealthy in this country, the billionaires, legislation that's going to add $4 trillion to the deficit. And this is how they plan to do it. One option is Republican leadership in the Senate has suggested that because they want to extend policy that currently exists, that we should just ignore the cost of extending it. There shouldn't be a pay for we don't have to worry about. That all of a sudden that $4 trillion increase in deficit just doesn't exist. Now, I know we all wish we could forget about the national debt sometimes, but that's not what American people sent us here to do, and that's not what American people do. I can tell you every family across this country has to live within their means and manage their budget. My family, my grandparents, my parents, everybody, every individual. So we should be working together to address this issue. The other option that I've heard from some of my colleagues across the aisle to reauthorize this Trump tax bill is they have suggested a pay-for, which is to gut Medicaid in order to pay for tax breaks, again, for the wealthiest people. I can't stress this enough. Again, tax breaks for the very, very wealthy, the top 1%, on the backs of working families, on the backs of individuals, our middle class. To me, that's just outrageous. Padding the pockets of the top 1% at the expense of hardworking families, it's unacceptable. And nobody should stand for that. And I urge my Republican colleagues and leadership in this body to work in a bipartisan manner on this and find solutions that will benefit all Americans, not just CEOs and their board members. There's a way we can come together to make sure our middle class benefits, that our companies, small businesses and companies, by the way, that are essential for that middle class and our labor force, because you need both, to work together, to benefit, and really work and identify a pay-for and how we're not going to add to the deficit. I can't stress this enough. We need to come together and build on spending reductions from the Bipartisan Fiscal Responsibility Act instead of targeting Americans' health care. And let's ensure that the wealthiest pay their fair share to protect the middle class and their children from the exorbitant trillion-dollar bill the Republicans are currently going to send to them. The two options just do not work. But there is an option that works, and I'm going to stress it one more time. We need to work together in a bipartisan way. This should not be a partisan issue. This should not be done just through reconciliation without any input from the Democrats, because at the end of the day, our families are no different. Our communities are no different. My firefighters in Nevada are no different than the firefighters in your state. My hard-working laborers in my state, whether they come from the service industry and it's somebody who is washing dishes in a restaurant in Nevada, is no different than that person washing dishes in some of my colleague states. Everybody benefits if we come together in a bipartisan way, and that's how this should work. And I am hopeful my colleagues are willing to do so. And with that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Texas.
Madam President, yesterday I came to the floor of the United States Senate to talk about the importance of promptly confirming President Trump's cabinet. The American people, having voted for President Trump, having said that they are unhappy with the direction the country is going in, is entitled to his team to help him actually do what he said he would do during the campaign. Well, today I'd like to reiterate that message. But in particular, I want to highlight some of the hypocrisy of our Democratic colleagues on this important matter as it pertains to our country's democratic processes. We know that our colleagues are frequently warning that ways of the Republicans are allegedly undermining democracy. But this is like the little boy that cried wolf. You cry wolf often enough, and people begin to believe that it's not really serious. And indeed, it shouldn't be taken seriously in the case of the allegation that Republicans are somehow trying to undermine democracy. Let me give you an example. Well, back in 2022, when Republicans passed state laws that included common sense election integrity measures like voter ID, Democratic leader Chuck Schumer criticized these initiatives, which were intended to ensure the integrity of our elections. You would think that would be a no-brainer, that everybody would want to embrace measures that would protect the integrity of our elections. But he claimed somehow it was an attempt to suppress people from voting. Well, I remember it wasn't that long ago when Barbara Jordan, a Democrat from Texas, revered justly as an incredible leader for our state and country, along with James Baker III, co-chaired a commission that came out with voter ID as one of the consensus recommendations. But now Democrats claim making sure that people are who they say they are and using the same sorts of things that you need in order to get on an airplane or to buy tobacco or a six-pack of beer, that somehow that undermines democracy. It just doesn't make any sense. But here's Senator Schumer on the Senate floor. He said, Republicans across the country are trying to stop the other side from voting. That tears apart, rips apart the very fabric of our democracy. I can almost see him crying crocodile tears as he says that. Well, I did a rough check a moment ago, and 152 million Americans voted in 2024. If Republicans were trying to suppress the vote, we're doing a lousy job, because you're seeing historic numbers of people, a lot of whom have not made a practice of voting before, showed up at the ballot box this time because they hated the direction our country was going in, and they felt like this was our last chance, perhaps, to save our country as we know it. Well, the senator from New York used this argument to advocate for changes to the Senate filibuster rule, the requirement you get 60 votes to close off debate, in order to pass what he called federal voting rights legislation. Well, first of all, what it would have done, it would have preempted the state's laws when it came to voting practices and created a single uniform standard here at the federal level, which would have prevented some of these common sense measures like voter ID from taking place. Well, President Biden also expressed the same sentiment. He pressed for the filibuster to be changed to advance his so-called voting rights package, saying that the package must be passed, quote, to defend our democracy. Well, actually, it would have made it easier to cheat. Now, ironically, they use the same argument for democracy to undermine the Senate filibuster, which is one of the bedrocks of this institution. But what I've noticed is that if an issue can be framed as a threat to democracy, Democrats throw any other concerns out the window. Hence, the sky is falling. More recently, in 2023, Democrats brought up the same question of protecting democracy as a reason to advance legislation addressing artificial intelligence. Well, as it turns out, artificial intelligence has been around for decades. It's recently captured the popular imagination because technology has taken us to places we never dreamed we could go. Well, in 2023, the Committee on Rules and Administration held a hearing on AI, and the Democratic leader said this: if left unchecked, here he goes again, he said, if left unchecked, artificial intelligence use in our elections could erode our democracy from within and from abroad, and the damage, unfortunately, would be reversible. This is a pretty common scare tactic. You scare people enough, well, maybe they're willing to let you do things that they otherwise wouldn't do upon calmer reflection. He went on to stress the importance of Republicans and Democrats working together to protect and reinforce our democracy. We're for that. But here's what he said: I can think of few issues that should both unite both parties faster than safeguarding our democracy. It will take all of us, the administration, the private sector, Congress, working together to protect our democracy, ensure robust transparency and safeguards, and ultimately keep the vision of our founders alive in the 21st century. Well, taken at face value, that sounds pretty good until you start beginning to look at the details about what he says we need to do in order to accomplish that goal. That's where you begin to see the huge disconnect. It's in pursuit of another agenda. Democrats have become the party that cried wolf, threat to democracy, and the more they say it, the less meaning it actually holds. For what it's worth, I agree that the administration, the private sector, and Congress should work together to protect rather than undermine democracy. We do have some different perspectives and points of view about how we might do it. That's a laudable goal, but not in pursuit of a purely cynical and partisan policy agenda. There's a very tangible way that Democrats can join with us to do this week. We can cooperate with the president and the people elected a commander-in-chief of the United States by confirming his cabinet. How's that for protecting democracy? The opposite, which is to stonewall the president's cabinet nominees, to burn as much time as possible before we're able to get that done, is not preserving and protecting democracy, it's undermining it. Our Democratic colleagues never seem to lose an opportunity to say that whatever the subject, it's a threat to democracy. But here they are today, participating in a campaign to stonewall President Trump's nominees, which I would argue is undermining the democratic process, is denying a elected president of the United States who won not only the electoral vote, but the college vote, but the popular vote as well, to deny him his team so he can actually get to work on January the 20th doing what he was elected to do. Just yesterday, Senator Schumer, the Democratic leader, came to the floor to air his grievances on each of the president's nominees for the cabinet. He argued that many of the policies they would implement would be disastrous. But the fact of the matter is, the American people have chosen. They did that on November the 5th when they went to the polls and they gave President Trump a substantial majority and even a mandate for a new direction in the country. They repudiated the failed policies of the Biden administration, starting with what's been happening at the border, which is an unmitigated disaster from a public health and public safety point of view. And if would indeed be a threat to democracy if our Democrat colleagues chose to ignore the will of the voters and deny the president his cabinet or delay it for no good reason and prevent these nominees from going to work to implement the policies that the American people elected President Trump to enact. Unfortunately, this is sort of reflexive. It's kind of what our Democratic colleagues do. I've been amazed to listen on television and hear in person for the last, however it's been, hour. Democratic colleagues have come to the floor to speak, but they didn't talk about the pending business, the Laken Riley Act. This young woman who was killed by an illegal immigrant who should not have been in the country. I asked Pam Bondi, who's the nominee for Attorney General this morning during a confirmation hearing, I said, if President Biden and Harris had secured the border, do you think Laken Riley would still be alive? And she said yes, together with many others who've been victimized by illegal immigrants who come across the border to do Americans harm in one way or another. Not all of them, but when you open the border to 10 or more million people, with 2 million of them gotaways evading law enforcement, you don't know what you're going to get. Well, I take that back. You do know what you're going to get. You're going to get some people who do not intend to come here for a better way of life. They come here to rape and pillage and rob and to commit crimes. Well, Republicans are tired of hearing excuse after excuse from our Democratic hearings, excuse from our Democrats. Some of these hearings are being delayed due to incomplete background checks. But ask yourself, who's responsible for the background checks? Well, it's Joe Biden's FBI. The FBI owes it to the American people to work around the clock, 24/7, to get these background checks done on a timely basis. Otherwise, we are literally undermining a democratically elected president. So I would urge our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to heed their own words when it comes to confirming President Trump's cabinet. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle like to talk a big talk about defending democracy. I'd like to see them put these commitments into practice by ending the undemocratic obstructionist tactics that they are using to deny this president his team. Madam President, I yield the floor, and I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll. Ms. Also Brooks.
Madam President, as we
The
go
Senate
forward,
is in a quorum call.
pardon me,
The Senate is in a quorum call
I would ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
without objection.
Madam President, as we go forward in this new session of Congress, I would hope very much that there will be a serious focus on the crises facing the working families of our country. Madam President, we are the wealthiest nation on earth. In fact, we are the wealthiest nation in the history of the world. And yet today, while we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had, 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck. The life expectancy of working people is far below that in other wealthy countries. 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured. Some 800,000 Americans are homeless. 25% of seniors are trying to survive on $15,000 a year or less, and we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of almost any major nation on earth. Further, we remain, shamefully, the only wealthy country not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right. Meanwhile, Madam President, while working families struggle to put food on the table and pay their bills, the wealthiest people in our country have never, ever had it so good. And we are now in the absurd situation, the grossly unjust situation, where the three wealthiest people on top own more wealth than the bottom half of American society, some 170 million people. Three people on top, more wealth than 170 million on the bottom. Madam President, that is not what America is supposed to be about. And in truth, there are a number of reasons why we are living in a nation today where the wealth of the billionaire class is exploding while the working class of our country struggles to keep their heads above water. There are many causes as to why, despite a huge increase in worker productivity, real weekly wages for the average American worker are less today than they were 50 years ago. Real weekly wages less than they were 50 years ago. And why during that period there was a $50 trillion transfer of wealth from the bottom 90% to the top 1%. Now, a lot of the reasons as to why the very rich are becoming richer and working class families are struggling has to do with disastrous trade policies, which have resulted in the loss of millions of good-paying jobs. The failure of Congress to raise the minimum wage to a living wage is another reason why millions and millions of workers today are forced to try to survive on starvation wages. And furthermore, we are seeing and have seen aggressive and often illegal union-busting activities on the part of major employers. All of those reasons and more are issues that we have got to deal with. Today, I want to focus on one more reason as to why the working class of this country is struggling. And that has to do with the H-1B guest worker program. Madam President, Elon Musk, the wealthiest man in the world with a net worth of nearly $430 billion, and other multi-billionaires in the high-tech industry claim that the H-1B federal guest worker program is vital to our economy because of the scarcity of highly skilled engineers and other technology workers in the United States. In other words, what they say is they are trying desperately to find just highly skilled American workers to do their jobs, just can't find them, just not there. And in my view, Musk and the other billionaires who are strongly supporting the H-1B program are dead wrong. American workers are there, they're just not looking for them. In my view, the main function of the H-1B program is not to hire the best and the brightest. That's the theory. We've got to bring in the best and the brightest to help our companies function and grow wealth in America. That's the theory. But in truth, the reality of what the H-1B program is to replace good-paying American jobs with hundreds of thousands of lower-paid guest workers from abroad who are often treated as indentured servants. The cheaper it is to hire guest workers, the more money the multi-billionaire owners of large corporations make. In other words, this program is not only grossly unfair to American workers, many ways unfair to foreign workers as well. According to the Economic Policy Institute, between 2022 and 2023, the top 30 companies using the H-1B program laid off 85,000 American workers while simultaneously bringing in over 34,000 guest workers from abroad. In 2019 and 2020, 85% of H-1B visas were awarded to entry-level and junior guest workers who are paid between 20 to 40% less than American workers in similar occupations. So, number one, it is simply not true that the H-1B program focuses on the very rare and highly skilled workers that American companies cannot find. 85%, to repeat, of H-1B visas were awarded to entry-level and junior guest workers, and they are paid 20 to 40% less than American workers in similar occupations. And let me just give you a few examples as to how unfair the H-1B program is. In Dallas, Texas, H-1B software developers are making $44,000 less than American workers doing the exact same job. This is from information from the U.S. Department of Labor. In Houston, Texas, H-1B accountants, I did not know, to be honest with you, that we had a scarcity in accountants, but be that as it may, H-1B accountants are paid nearly $40,000 less than American accountants doing the exact same work. In Santa Barbara, California, H-1B workers who are hired as computer system engineers make just $45,000 a year. Does that sound like the kind of salary that would bring forth some extremely highly skilled people for jobs that American workers cannot fill? Madam President, you tell me, why would a corporation hire an American computer systems engineer at a salary of $110,000 a year when it is $65,000 cheaper to hire an H-1B worker for that same exact position? That's basically what this whole debate is about, and that is that large corporations are paying foreign workers substantially lower salaries than they are paying American workers. Madam President, if you want to know why multi-billionaire owners of high-tech companies love the H-1B program so much. That is the reason why. They are using this program to substantially undercut the wages of American workers. Moreover, Madam President, there are estimates that as many as 33% of all new information technology jobs in America are being filled by guest workers. And according to the Census Bureau data, there are millions of Americans with advanced degrees in science, technology, engineering, and math who are not currently employed in those professions. In other words, we tell kids, go out, get involved in STEM work, become a scientist, become an engineer, become a mathematician, whatever, and then we bring in people from abroad to fill the jobs that they were educated to do. Adding insult to injury, half of the top 30 H-1B employers are companies whose major function in life is to outsource jobs, known in the industry as body shops. In other words, the same companies that are involved with supplying American companies with cheap foreign labor at home are the same exact companies that provide even cheaper labor to corporations when they move abroad. They are two sides of the same coin. Madam President, if there is truly a major shortage of skilled tech workers in this country, as Elon Musk and others have argued, why did Tesla lay off over 7,500 American workers last year, including many software developers and engineers at its factory in Austin, Texas, while at the same time applying to hire thousands of H-1B guest workers? If these jobs are only going to the best and the brightest, why has Tesla employed H-1B guest workers as associate accountants for as little as $58,000 a year, associate mechanical engineers for as little as $70,000 a year, and associate material planners for as little as $80,000 a year? Now, Madam President, I will admit I am not a rocket scientist, but to my mind, those occupations don't sound like highly specialized jobs that are primarily for the top 0.1%, as Mr. Musk claimed last month. Madam President, if this program is really supposed to be about importing workers with highly advanced degrees in science and technology, why are H-1B guest workers being employed as fashion models, lawyers, dog trainers, massage therapists, cooks, and English teachers? One might think that in the United States of America, we could find English teachers and not need to bring in people from abroad. And further, does anyone really believe that in America we do not have enough lawyers and need to bring in more attorneys from abroad? Madam President, at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, we need fundamental changes in our economic policies. We need an economy that works for all, not just the few. And one small but very important way forward in that direction is to bring about major reforms to the H-1B program in order to benefit American workers. And that is why I have filed an amendment to the Laken Riley bill that we are debating this week that will do just that. And I hope very much that the leaders agree on allowing that amendment to be debated and voted upon. And let me very briefly describe what this amendment does in terms of reforming the H-1B program. First, this amendment would double the major H-1B fee that corporations pay before they can hire guest workers from abroad. This provision would generate over $370 million in revenue each year. And what would we use that revenue for? Well, it would be used to provide nearly 20,000 scholarships each and every year for American students pursuing advanced degrees in science, technology, engineering, math, and other fields vital to the competitiveness of our nation. If the members of this body truly believe we need H-1B visas in order to compensate for a shortage of skilled American professionals, this amendment will attract tens of thousands of America's best and brightest young people into those fields. Second, this amendment requires corporations to substantially increase wages for the jobs they need before they would be allowed to hire H-1B guest workers. Specifically, this amendment would raise the prevailing wage for the H-1B program to at least the median local wage. In other words, if the H-1B program is truly meant for the best and the brightest, it should not be used as a tool to undercut the wages of highly skilled American workers. And that is what this amendment would prevent. Third, this amendment would prohibit corporations from replacing laid-off American workers with H-1B guest workers from overseas. Corporations that are engaged in mass layoffs should not be allowed to replace American workers with guest workers. Finally, this amendment would prevent corporations from treating H-1B guest workers as, for all intent and purposes, indentured servants. Under current law, H-1B guest workers are often locked into lower-paying jobs and can have their visas taken away from them by their corporate bosses if they complain about dangerous, unfair, or illegal working conditions. That is unacceptable, and that has got to change. This amendment would make H-1B visas portable and give guest workers the ability to easily change jobs. Madam President, Mr. Musk and Mr. Ramaswamy and others have argued that we need a highly skilled and well-educated workforce. I agree. But the answer is not to bring in cheap labor from abroad through the H-1B program. The answer is to hire qualified American workers first and to make certain that we have an education system that produces the kind of workforce that our country needs for the jobs of the future. Bottom line, it must never be cheaper for a corporation to hire a guest worker from overseas than an American worker at home. And that is what this amendment is all about. Madam President, let's be clear. 30 years ago, the leaders of corporate America, the political establishment in both major parties, and the editorial boards of the most influential papers in our country told us not to worry about the loss of millions of blue-collar manufacturing jobs that would come as a result of unfettered free trade agreements like NAFTA and permanent normal trade relations with China. Don't worry about the loss of those jobs. And the reason they told us not to worry is that that job loss would be more than offset by the many good-paying, white-collar information technology jobs that would be created in the United States. Yes, they said, you'll lose blue-collar manufacturing jobs, but not to worry, we will create zillions of good-paying, white-collar information technology jobs. I personally, who was a member of Congress at that time, never believed that, and I helped lead the effort against NAFTA and PNTR with China. Unfortunately, I and the many others who opposed those trade agreements were proven correct. NAFTA and PNTR cost us millions of good-paying manufacturing jobs as large corporations shut down here in America and fled to China, Mexico, and other low-wage countries in search of cheap labor. And what about all of those great high-tech jobs that supposedly were going to be created? Well, that didn't quite happen either. As a result of the H-1B guest worker program and other guest worker programs, major corporations are now importing hundreds of thousands of lower-paid guest workers from abroad to fill the white-collar technology jobs that are currently available. In other words, heads, billionaires win, tails, American workers lose. In my view, we can and must change that reality. And a good place to start would be to pass this amendment and put American workers first. Multi-billionaires in big tech should not be allowed to hire guest workers to fill entry-level and mid-level information technology jobs. Those jobs should be going to American workers who have, among other things, the constitutional right to form unions and collectively bargain for better wages, benefits, and working conditions. Madam President, I will be asking for a roll call vote on this amendment, and I hope very much we can get it to the floor. In my view, the time has come for the American people to know which side their senators stand on this issue. In order to accomplish that goal, I very much appreciated the statement that Majority Leader Thune gave on the floor of the Senate last November about the need for more amendment votes in the Senate. And here is what the Majority Leader said on November 14th with respect to the amendment process. Quote, all members of the Senate, and not just the members of a particular committee, should have a voice in final legislation through amendments on the floor. Members should assume that amendment votes will be the norm. That will mean taking tough votes at times, but that is part of our jobs, end of quote. And I would very much agree with Majority Leader Thune. The truth is that in the past, whether it's been Republican leaders or Democratic leaders, no one debates that the amendment process has been thwarted. And I hope we will see a new opening here where people will be allowed to offer amendments, take tough votes. That's what we were elected to do. Madam President, on that note, I thank you and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Mr. President, may I ask for a vitiation of the quorum call?
The Senate is not in a quorum call.
Mr. President, I rise today to stop the unnecessary and devastating consequences that will result from a ban on TikTok in the United States. In a few moments, I will ask unanimous consent that the Senate pass my legislation with Senator Wyden and Senator Booker to extend the TikTok Deadline Act, to extend the deadline by which ByteDance, TikTok's parent company, must sell TikTok or face a ban in 270 days. This simple one-sentence bill would avoid significant harm for TikTok's creators who depend upon the app to make a living, to find community, to share resources during emergencies such as the Los Angeles wildfires, and to discuss everything from the latest pop culture trends to controversial political topics. It is the home to 170 million American users. 170 million American users, that's over half of the U.S. population and 65% of the United States adult population. It is 50% higher than the number of Americans who watch the Super Bowl. Those 170 million Americans will be devastated by a TikTok ban. Many make their living on the app and could face difficulties paying for groceries, rent, or medical care. Others may lose contact with a crucial support system, leaving them isolated and scared. If you don't believe me, then I encourage my colleagues to view the thousands of videos posted by TikTok users over the past few days, explaining why TikTok is so important to them. And these testimonials are powerful evidence about TikTok's economic, social, and cultural importance. And I implore my colleagues to listen to these users. Now, supporters of the TikTok ban will claim that any delay will threaten national security and allow China to supposedly indoctrinate the youth with anti-American views. First, I stand behind no lawmaker here in my commitment to protecting children online. I am the original author of the only federal online protection for children today, the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. And I've authored legislation to update and modernize those protections. My Children and Teens Online Privacy Protection Act, to lift it up to age 16. That was blocked here on the Senate floor just 1 month ago. In December, we had it out of the committee. We could not get it passed. And I've repeatedly sent letters to the Federal Trade Commission and the Department of Justice urging them to investigate and impose penalties on TikTok for putting their younger users at risk. When TikTok violates the law and puts its users at risk, I will call them out and I will demand accountability. In fact, the Federal Trade Commission has fined TikTok for violation of my law. So obviously, I'm concerned, but I'm also concerned about what American social companies do to teenagers. They do the same thing. I'm very concerned about what they do to young children. According to the Surgeon General, we have a mental health crisis in our country, pointing the finger at social media. Not one company, all the companies that are targeting teenagers and children in our country. As for the national security arguments, I recognize that ByteDance's ownership of TikTok poses security risks. I do not want China to have significant influence over an important communications channel in the United States and access to Americans' data. But Congress must appropriately balance those risks with the serious hardship imposed on TikTok's 170 million American users and the unintended consequences of a nationwide TikTok ban. With the impending TikTok ban, Congress has gotten that balance wrong. And most importantly, the proponents of the ban have repeatedly argued that TikTok is, quote, brainwashing Americans, but these claims are, at best, just speculation. At worst, they are disguised effort to target American speech. So don't take it from me. In an affidavit in the D.C. District of Columbia Circuit, a senior intelligence officer stated that the government has, quote, no information that China coerced ByteDance to covertly manipulate content to TikTok. That's coming from our own government. That alone should make us pause. This is in the D.C. Circuit Court. They're not lying to a circuit court. So they don't have any information with regard to that accusation. Even worse, rather than addressing China's supposed influence over a key communications channel, the TikTok ban appears to be driving users to alternative Chinese applications, which we know even less about. In fact, on Monday, RedNote, a Chinese social media app, became the #1 most downloaded app on the Apple App Store. Is that the outcome that the law supporters were seeking or thought about? The TikTok ban not only threatens to shut down a platform critical for 170 million Americans, but also 7 million American businesses use TikTok. They use it as part of their business. All of that will shut down on Sunday, 4 days from now, just shut down. 7 million businesses who use it. And it's taking effect at least in parts of America, at the single worst period of time. A moment when TikTok creators in Los Angeles are using the app to share their stories and find resources during the tragic wildfires. A moment when a new president is set to take office with different views on the ban. President-elect Trump is asking for a pause right now. Ask the Supreme Court of the United States for a pause. Donald Trump. A moment when the Supreme Court is still considering the case. Hasn't even rendered a decision yet. A moment when the first official bid for TikTok was just submitted last week. It's time for Congress to acknowledge that the rushed passage of this law was a mistake. There were no hearings in the Senate. There were no witnesses in the Senate. No one got to hear anything about this ban because they put it into the bill that was going to provide military aid for Ukraine, for Israel, humanitarian aid. And they just stuck the TikTok ban into the legislation over in the House of Representatives to send it over here. We never had a hearing. We never had any consideration. And it's time for Congress to acknowledge that the rushed passage of this law was a mistake, that we need more time to let the courts and outside parties consider this issue. We need to do a better job of understanding the importance of the TikTok community and the impact of a TikTok ban. And that's why I introduced the Extend the TikTok Deadline Act. This bill does not repeal the underlying act. It simply gives TikTok, Congress, the people here in the Senate, parties that might want to buy TikTok, the incoming Trump administration. He himself is asking for an extension. And outside stakeholders, additional time to get this right. We need time. We need time to figure this out. The court process is still going on for something that started last April. That would never have been expected to have occurred. We don't have any certainty as to the outcome, one way or the other. If this had happened in September, October, or November, out of the courts, we could have then deliberated before the deadline, this on Sunday, 4 days from now. But it didn't happen that way. So to the millions of creatives who have bravely shared their stories and explained why TikTok is important to them, I hear you. I am listening. And I encourage my colleagues to listen as well and to give a short reprieve to TikTok's death sentence. TikTok is far too important to let it die like this on Sunday without having given the extra time which is needed. Time for President-elect Trump, time for everyone to think about what an alternative pathway could be to letting TikTok die. And Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-103, introduced earlier today, and further that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection? Senator from Arkansas.
Reserving the right to object, which I most certainly do, TikTok isn't just another social media platform. TikTok is a Chinese communist spy app that addicts our kids, harvests their data, targets them with harmful and manipulative content, and spreads communist propaganda. Congress recognized the unique dangers of TikTok when we voted on a massive bipartisan basis last April to give its Chinese communist-influenced parent company, ByteDance, 270 days to sell TikTok to an American buyer or to be shut down in America. That deadline is Sunday. What's more, ByteDance and TikTok had plenty of additional warning for years about the possibility of such action, long before Congress set this firm Sunday deadline. The Trump administration in 2020 attempted to shut down TikTok. So there was no rush, as the senator from Massachusetts asserted. We didn't pull the rug out from under TikTok, and we didn't ban it. Instead, Congress simply demanded that the app could no longer be owned and controlled by our nation's worst enemy, communist China. In other words, TikTok's owners had plenty of time to find a buyer, and there were plenty of willing buyers as well. Instead, TikTok whined, lied, complained, sued, and lobbied. Oh, how they lobbied. One notable lobbyist told me that he was offered $100,000 a month, $100,000 a month to represent TikTok, but he refused because TikTok is a sewer of vile anti-Semitism. Good for him. Unfortunately, I can't say that for the army of lawyers and lobbyists who saddled up on behalf of communist China. They know who they are. They should be ashamed of themselves. And they should know that I, for one, won't forget it. So let me be crystal clear. There will be no extensions, no concessions, and no compromises for TikTok. ByteDance and the Chinese communists had plenty of time to make a deal. In fact, the legislation allows the president to grant a 90-day extension to the Sunday deadline, though only if negotiations have substantially advanced and the sale could likely close in 90 days. Neither is true today, so I expect President Biden will not grant the extension. And what President Biden cannot do under current law, this Congress, this Republican Congress, certainly won't do by changing the law. Not over my objection, in any case. And isn't it telling that ByteDance says communist China blocked the sale of TikTok for these last 9 months? What exactly does that tell us? Exactly what I said earlier. TikTok is a Chinese communist spy app. Consider one reason why the bill passed with such a huge bipartisan vote in April, namely the backlash against TikTok for its deranged lobbying campaign against the bill. As the bill was being considered by a House committee, TikTok sent push notifications to its users, demanding that they call into Congress and express opposition to the bill. Now, this wasn't a case of American citizens spontaneously rising up to exercise their First Amendment rights, but rather a foreign power egging them on, meddling in our politics, influencing our legislative debates. And what happened? Thousands of children, kids, called into congressional offices, some threatening to kill themselves or to assassinate members of Congress. No foreign adversary should have that kind of power over our politics or our children. Imagine how Chinese communists would use TikTok to influence our political debates during, say, a moment of heightened tensions over Taiwan. And let's examine a little more closely just what TikTok does to our country. Just last week, renowned social psychologist Jonathan Haidt wrote that TikTok is harming children on an industrial scale. China's version of TikTok promotes math, science, and learning, basically telling Chinese kids to do their homework and eat their vegetables and respect their elders, especially Chairman Xi, the Chinese dictator. In America, by contrast, TikTok promotes violence, obscenity, eating disorders, drug use, and even suicide. Internal company documents even revealed that content promoting pedophilia has long flowed right past TikTok's supposed moderators. Without question, TikTok's lethal algorithm has cost the lives of many American kids. China also uses TikTok to amplify its propaganda and suppress information critical of the communist tyranny in Beijing. Compared to other platforms, TikTok suppresses content related to China's genocide against the Uyghur people, Tibet, Taiwan, the South China Sea, Hong Kong, Tiananmen Square, and the origins of COVID, among other topics. TikTok also meddles in the politics of other countries by amplifying divisive content in, for instance, Israel, India, and, of course, America. And don't forget that TikTok harvests a vast trove of user data, including name, age, email, address, phone number, credit card number, facial features, voice prints, keystrokes, photos, videos, and viewing habits. This data can make users susceptible to manipulation and even blackmail, not only today, but also years from now when users may have become influential persons in the military, the intelligence community, business, media, and other walks of life. We're sometimes assured that TikTok has taken security measures to prevent Chinese communists from accessing this data of American citizens. But according to whistleblower testimony and internal company materials, these protections are about as airtight as a screen door. So the end is coming for Chinese communist-controlled TikTok. Perhaps a sale can be closed by Sunday, though I seriously doubt it. Even so, that sale would have to pass legal review and guarantee that China retains no residual influence at the company or through its algorithm. No residual influence whatsoever. But one way or the other, communist China will no longer exert this massive influence over our nation and our kids. I'll now yield to Senator Ricketts.
Mr. President.
Senator from Nebraska.
Reserving the right to object. The Chinese Communist Party is our chief foreign adversary in the world and the only external existential threat to our nation. They threaten our freedom, our prosperity, our security, and our very way of life. When I was governor of Nebraska, I was the first governor to ban TikTok on state devices because of the threat it posed. Why did I do that? Well, because Xi Jinping said that he wants to replace us as the world leader. Dictators tend to say what they're going to do and try and do it. We should take him seriously. TikTok is one of the ways that he is trying to do it, trying to undermine what we do around the world. The Chinese Communist Party wants to replace us. TikTok is one of the ways they are trying to influence our downfall. As many as 150 million Americans use TikTok. 52% of them say they regularly get news through TikTok. And we know that the CCP uses TikTok to slant the news. This is part of their propaganda. Data shows, for example, my esteemed colleague from Arkansas referenced it, the anti-Semitism on TikTok. If you go back and look, you can see 50 times the posts on pro-Hamas, pro-Palestinian content, 50 times the views, despite the fact that overwhelmingly Americans support Israel. The polling shows it. And that's just one of the issues that they get involved with. We wouldn't allow any foreign adversary to own enough TV stations, radio stations, or newspapers to reach 150 million Americans. Why are we allowing our chief adversary in the world, one that seeks our downfall, to have that kind of access? It makes absolutely no sense. And of course, the Chinese Communist Party has no free rights in America. Those belong to American citizens. We need to make sure we take a step against this. And last April we did. Overwhelmingly, bipartisan, bicameral, because this Congress saw the threat that TikTok poses by the Chinese Communist Party being able to influence ByteDance, because they have to. ByteDance is a Chinese company, has to do whatever the Chinese Communist Party says. That's their law. They have to do what the Chinese Communist Party says. So therefore, they push the propaganda, and as my colleague from Arkansas pointed out, they spy on Americans, collect data on Americans. And so we saw a bipartisan effort, over 350 votes in the House to pass this bill. And by the way, the same bipartisan support here in the Senate, passing 79 to 18. The law gathered so much bipartisan, bicameral support because we recognized this was about keeping America and Americans safe. That ByteDance needed to divest TikTok so that we could be assured that the Chinese Communist Party wasn't pushing its propaganda or spying on us. We acted with a conviction against that threat, and of course, we know from our classified briefings what that threat for TikTok was. And this threat is not something far off or imagined. We have seen TikTok's interference in elections elsewhere around the world, most recently in Romania. The European Commission just opened an investigation into TikTok's failure to limit election interference in Romania's election, and that has caused all sorts of disruption in that country. India has banned TikTok for the very same reason that they are seeing the push of Chinese propaganda that slants on their news media the same way we see it here in America. Albania, worried about Romania, banned TikTok. We passed a law that did not ban TikTok. We passed a law that said you have to have an American owner like, I don't know, radio stations, TV stations, newspapers. The senator from Massachusetts would like to give us a 270-day extension. What's going to be different? What is going to be different? ByteDance has had 270 days. And rather than making legitimate attempts to find a buyer, and by the way, you all recall the news stories, when this law was being discussed and being passed, there were a number of Americans who said they'd be interested in buying them. ByteDance didn't do anything. Rather than looking for an American buyer, they decided to hire an army of lobbyists and lawyers to try and subvert the will of the Congress. They spent the last 270 days trying to avoid being sold. And as my colleague said, the Chinese Communist Party will not let them be sold. That in and of itself should tell you everything you need to know about this. If the Chinese Communist Party is refusing ByteDance to sell TikTok to an American buyer, you know they are using it to push their propaganda and to collect data on us. They don't want those algorithms coming to America because then they'll be exposed. That's what this is about. This is a national security threat. That's why we took action last April. They've had these 270 days. They did nothing with them. To extend it would mean nothing as well, except give the Chinese Communist Party another 270 days to push their propaganda and to spy on more Americans. Finally, today in our Foreign Relations Committee hearing, we had the confirmation hearing for Senator Rubio, who's being nominated for Secretary of State. I asked him in his confirmation hearing earlier today, why average Americans in Nebraska should care about the threat the Chinese Communist Party poses to our way of life. And he had a great response, and I want to read it here. He said, "If we stay on the road we're on right now, in less than 10 years, virtually everything that matters to us in life will depend on whether China will allow us to have it or not." Folks, this is a clear test of whether America is willing to get off that road. Are we willing to change direction? Are we willing to say to the Chinese Communist Party, enough, no further, not now? We are changing, we are getting away from the bad practices of the past that the Chinese Communist Party has taken advantage of. Let's send a clear signal to Beijing that Americans' national security is going to take a priority. Let's stand strong. Let's remember we passed this law for a reason, and it's to keep Americans safe. And therefore, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am disappointed that my colleagues have objected to this simple legislation. I recognize the national security risks here, but the fear-mongering about the supposed anti-American content on TikTok is the exact type of government overreach that has left tens of millions of Americans furious. The hyperbolic statements made by my colleagues are especially concerning, given that the intelligence community itself has acknowledged that it has no information that China is covertly manipulating content on TikTok. No information. Let me say that again. In the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals, the government was asked to present evidence that ByteDance was covertly manipulating content on TikTok for the benefit of the Chinese government. And the intelligence community submitted an affidavit saying that the government has no information that it is being manipulated. So as we're out here today, by the way, that would change the whole debate. If they had information, we'd be having a different debate. If there was proof that they were manipulating, provided by the intelligence community, we'd be having a different debate. They don't have any information. And I sat in the same intelligence briefings that my colleagues did, and I kept waiting to hear that information. I never heard it. I don't think it's giving up secrets to say I didn't hear any secrets. I didn't hear them because there weren't any. And they made that filing in the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals. They have no information. And I've read the reports and news articles. I've tracked the court case closely. I'm clear-eyed about the rest, but unlike many of my colleagues, I am also clear-eyed about the profound economic, political, and social importance of TikTok to 170 million users and 7 million businesses in the United States. And I understand how many creators depend on TikTok to find community, share their story, find resources. So my ask again here is simple. 270 days. And we can try to find a resolution of this issue that doesn't have a draconian cutoff on Sunday afternoon. So this is the issue that we're confronted with at this point. We don't have the evidence that is being cited by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. It doesn't exist. They may believe it, but they don't have the evidence to present to this body. because the intelligence community has not provided it to them. Otherwise, again, as I'm saying, we would have a very different debate. And this is a very important issue because the Supreme Court just had a hearing. It's unbelievable that it's 9 months later on the constitutionality of your ban. So I think that the colleagues of mine who spoke on the other side, they're saying, well, they should have already sold it. Well, they took it to court to find out if this law is constitutional. They have a right to do that. They have a right to go to the Supreme Court. They have a right to have a hearing. They have a right to make their case. They have a right to say that it's unconstitutional. It hasn't been ruled on yet. It hasn't been ruled on. And so because of that, all I'm asking for is more time. Listen to Donald Trump. He's saying, give it more time. That's all I'm asking for. And I will say as well, when my friend cites suicides, other incredible consequences of social media in our society, I do agree with him 100%. But it's not just TikTok. It's Instagram. It's Facebook. It's company after company after company that's targeting 14-year-old girls with bulimia, with anorexia, with information. It's making them even sicker and sicker and sicker. That's why when my bill was killed here in December to pass a law which said that parents can just say, erase all that information you're gathering about my daughter, and it's the third Congress in a row that it happened, yeah, TikTok should be stopped. And so shouldn't Facebook, and so shouldn't Instagram, so shouldn't all of them. But just don't raise it in a TikTok context. Raise it as well in a Senate context. That law should have passed. That should have been already on the president's desk. And it was bipartisan. It was bipartisan. You want to talk about lobbyists. You want to talk about stopping legislation, okay? So I agree with the gentleman on the fundamental fact that TikTok is a contributor to this problem. But it's part of a larger problem. And I also want to make the point that there's no imminent threat of a compromise of this information that we're talking about here today, because the intelligence community does not, in fact, have the information to say that that is accurate. So I agree with Donald Trump. Give it more time. Allow for the process to play out. Allow for the Supreme Court to make a decision. Allow for potential buyers to step forth. Allow for the users of TikTok, the 7 million businesses to use it, that use it for their own families. Allow for the families in the fire zone in LA to continue to use it to build community, to run their small businesses, and not cut it off on Sunday. And that is what I have been asking the Senate to do. So I regret that the objection has been raised by my colleagues, but I tell you, there's going to be real harm. And my hope is that I can partner with President-elect Trump to try to find a resolution of this issue so that we do it with the information that right now we do not have to take such an action. So with that, Mr. President, I yield back.
President.
Senator from Arkansas.
I want to respond briefly to a few points of my friend from Massachusetts, and he is my friend. I want to make an underline, first off, in the record, because this is a notable day. Direct quotes from the senator from Massachusetts: listen to Donald Trump, and I agree with Donald Trump. Underline that in the record. I'm not sure you're going to see that again for the next 4 years. But more importantly, on this issue, the senator is correct that TikTok is not alone in causing harms for American kids. I agree with them. Other apps can result in eating disorders or depression or mental illness. I voted for his legislation in December. I have my own online safety legislation. The difference is that TikTok is influenced and controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. And this bill did not just address TikTok. It addressed all foreign adversary-owned apps. He raised the question of Red Note. Well, guess what? If TikTok users flood to Red Note, they're going to face the same challenge there because it's also controlled by the Communist Party. Second, the senator's made a lot about some affidavit by some intelligence community official in some case. I don't know what it's referring to. I do know this. I've been on the Intelligence Committee for 10 years. I chair it now. I've heard the testimony of senior leaders that TikTok poses a grave threat to our national security and our people's well-being. But I also know this. Third, you don't need intelligence. TikTok's own internal documents reveal the threat that it poses to Americans. The state attorneys generals have brought lawsuits to defend their people. Those lawsuits have produced documents that show chapter and verse exactly what TikTok has done to Americans. And finally, we keep hearing it's only 270 days. It's only 270 days. In 270 days, that is what TikTok will say again, because it will not have been sold, because Chinese communists won't allow it to be sold, because it's not just another app. It's not Instagram or Facebook or X or anything else. It is a Chinese communist spy app. I yield the floor.
Senator from Nebraska.
Again, I just want to briefly build upon my colleague from Arkansas. 2 quick points. One, our colleague from Massachusetts has called this a TikTok ban. That's inaccurate. The law that was passed was, as my colleague pointed out, about foreign adversaries and required TikTok to be sold to an American owner. If it had been sold, TikTok could continue to be in operation. And my understanding is, even if it is forced to close down because it hasn't sold by Sunday, if it is sold in the future, it will be able to reestablish operations as long as it's to an American buyer. So it's not a ban. The reason it's a ban is because TikTok and the Chinese Communist Party chose to make it a ban. ByteDance has not tried to parallel path this, to my colleague from Massachusetts' point. They could have been trying to sell it at the same time they're going through the court and had that ready. In fact, they could have written a document saying, I'm only going to sell if the Supreme Court says I have to. They could have found a buyer and written a contract that way. Absolutely. They didn't have to make this a ban. And with regard to my colleague from Massachusetts' other point, I did offer a proof point based upon data here in the United States about how TikTok pushes a Chinese Communist Party agenda to push their propaganda. In this case, it was anti-Semitism against Israel by promoting pro-Hamas, a terrorist group's posts, its posts, and then pro-Palestinian posts versus Israeli, pro-Israel ones. So I gave data there, but this is exactly the kind of same pushing of propaganda which has led, I presume, India to ban TikTok as well, because the Chinese Communist Party is doing the same thing to them. So a couple of points on this, and again, I don't think anything would be different in 270 days from now, because the Chinese Communist Party will not allow TikTok to be sold because their algorithm would be exposed. With that, I would just end on saying China must be deterred. Mr. President, I yield.
The senator from Arkansas.
I ask unanimous consent that at 5:50 p.m. today, the Senate vote in relation to the following amendments: Cornyn number 14 and Coons number 23.
Is there an objection? Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, we just locked in a vote on my amendment. I'd like to call up my amendment number 14 to Senate Amendment number 8 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Texas, Mr. Cornyn, proposes amendment number 14 to amendment number 8.
Mr. President, I want to offer an amendment that would add one more crime to the list covered by this legislation, and that would be assault of a law enforcement officer. Anyone who comes into the country illegally and harms these brave men and women in uniform is dangerous. And dangerous not only to our first responders, but also to the safety and security of all Texans and communities all around the country. Unfortunately, we know under the Biden-Harris administration, these people that are committing these kinds of crimes are routinely being released back into the streets. As we saw last February in New York City, when 7 people were arrested for assaulting a police officer, assaulting multiple police officers outside of a migrant shelter in Times Square. Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg made the decision to release 5 of these criminal suspects without bail. There's no question that these criminals should have been detained and removed before they could go on and commit other crimes against innocent victims. My amendment simply would require ICE to promptly take migrants who assault law enforcement officers into custody and ensure that illegal migrants who commit crimes against the men and women in blue are swiftly detained so they can be removed from our country. Mr. President, I urge adoption of my amendment, and I yield the floor. Mr. President,
Senator from Texas.
Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Senator from Delaware.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
Yes.
Mr. President, I ask that unanimous consent that proceedings under the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, we are about to take up and vote on 2 amendments to the Laken-Riley Act. And I appreciate an opportunity to ask unanimous consent that I be allowed to finish my brief remarks before we proceed to the vote.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'll begin anew. We are about to consider 2 amendments to the Laken-Riley Act. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to Amendment 23, which would strike Section 3 of the Laken-Riley Act. And I respect that colleagues on both sides of the aisle have expressed their intention to vote for the Laken-Riley bill and to advance it. I have not yet made any such commitment out of concern about the unintended consequences of several provisions of this bill. And I want to briefly speak to the consequences of the section that my amendment would strike. Amidst real resource constraints, unpredictable migration patterns, and fluctuating diplomatic sensitivities, our federal law enforcement officers at ICE and CBP make thousands of complex decisions day in and day out about how to deal with interior enforcement, with border encounters, who to detain, and who to release. And it's because these decisions involve so many complex factors that the Supreme Court has repeatedly recognized the federal government is and should be the ultimate authority on enforcement of our immigration laws. Section 3, however, would mark a sea change by inviting every state attorney general to sue whenever they disagree with even an individual level federal decision regarding detention and removal. This could create uncertainty or even chaos by encouraging conflicting lawsuits brought in different states in different courts. I will remind my colleagues, this provision may have been drafted when the view was that Republican state attorneys general would sue a Democratic administration to move closer towards the enforcement vision that they prioritized. Roughly half of the state attorneys general belong to each political party. I hope that my colleagues who have reflected upon the consequences of this provision will conclude that we should not have the division and, frankly, ultimately the chaos in the enforcement of our immigration laws that would likely result from having a raft of lawsuits brought by state attorneys general in courts all over the country, testing and challenging almost literally every detention decision. I believe it is possible for this act to be improved, for it to advance public safety, and for it to make a contribution to the country. And it is my hope that the amendments being offered will be taken up and passed. I will urge a yes vote on my amendment for all of my colleagues, because I think an improved bill should be the ultimate objective of this amendment process. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I yield the floor.
Uh-oh. Under the previous order, the question appears on the amendment number 14 offered by the senator from Texas, Mr. Cornyn. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Thank you. Mr. Gallego. Yes. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy,
All right, that's good.
Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Britt, Coons, Fisher, Graham, Hassan, Hyde-Smith, Kelly, McCormick, Mullen, Ossoff, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, and Sheehy. Senators voting in the negative: Durbin, Kane, King, Schatz, and Welch. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Kim, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Gallego, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Deans, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye.
Otherwise, you just read the script and that keeps
My amendment script section 3.
On this vote, ayes are 70, the nays are 25. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam President,
The senator from Delaware.
I ask unanimous consent to set aside the pending amendment and call up my amendment number 23 as provided under the previous order.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Delaware, Mr. Coons, proposes an amendment number 23.
Madam President,
Questions on the amendment?
I ask unanimous consent to speak for 1 minute to this amendment.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Madam President, I ask my colleagues to vote in favor of this amendment, which would focus and streamline this bill and make more likely its passage. Many of us who have served here for many Congresses regret the falling away of the frequency of amendments intended to improve the bill. My amendment would remove the section that will encourage endless litigation by state attorneys general. I will remind you, our state's attorneys general are roughly equally divided between the parties. And attorneys general can now and today sue against what they believe is manifest injustice in the federal immigration system. This provision would encourage them to sue down to individual detention and release decisions. I think it improves the bill to remove that section and focus on its critical public safety provisions. I urge a yes vote on this amendment and the consideration of additional amendments in the future that will improve this bill. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is on the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks. Scott, gotcha. Yep. Where did I see? No. Kennedy. Kennedy, Smith. Howard. I got you, thank you. Mr. Banks. I do. Thank you. And Duckworth, yes. Gallego.
I was basically home. I saw you put on your coat. No.
Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso.
Mr. Bennett.
Well, he's not looking.
That's all right.
I did. Thank you. Oh, yeah. I got her.
Wait, Senator Green. Okay. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal.
Thank you.
I do, thank you. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst.
Thanks.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, what was he? Just Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune,
Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Also Brooks, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Merkley, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, Slotkin, Smith, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Welch, and Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moreno, Murkowski, Paul, Risch, Rounds, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mrs. Gillibrand? Aye. Mr. Mullen? No. Ms. Baldwin? Aye. Ms. Hassan? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Mr. Sanders? Aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Yes, sir. Mr. Markey? Aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 46, the nays are 49. The amendment is not agreed to.
Madam President.
The Majority Leader.
Madam President, filing cloture does not signal an end to our amendment process. We have been having constructive conversations all day. Those yielded the votes this evening, and I expect those conversations to continue tonight and into tomorrow so we can vote on more amendments this week. But at some point, we need to pass this common sense legislation and get it to the House so that they can ratify what we've done. And so with that, Madam President, I send a cloture motion to the desk for calendar number 1, S5.
The court will report the cloture motion.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on calendar number 1S5, a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to take into custody aliens who have been charged in the United States with theft and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Madam President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask consent that the mandatory quorum call be waived.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business. The senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Madam President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
S6, a bill to amend Title 18 United States Code to prohibit a health care practitioner from failing to exercise the proper degree of care in the case of a child who survives an abortion or attempted abortion.
Madam President, I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection having been heard. The bill will receive its second reading on the next legislative day.
Madam President, this one causes me great pain, but I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 27, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
S-Res 27, congratulating the North Dakota State University Bison football team for winning the 2024 National Collegiate Athletic Association Division I Football Championship Subdivision title.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection. The Senate will proceed.
Go Jacks. I ask unanimous consent, Madam President, that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 12 noon on Thursday, January 16th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal proceedings be approved today, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate resume consideration of calendar number 1, S5.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President, if there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.